Excellent. Welcome in. It's a little quiet. Why is it quiet? We'll fix that in a moment. So, hello and welcome. We are back on DDO for today to finish out our whole streaming every day while we are off work thing, which means yes, it is back to work tomorrow. We do have to deal with that. But on the flip side, money? So we have that going for us, which is one thing. Let's see. Catching up on other stream news things. So, if anyone caught the stream yesterday, we were going over our plans for this upcoming year on stream. And this upcoming year on stream is going to be a busy one. So we're planning on doing a whole lot of older games and newer games, actually, as a sort of birthday milestone celebration thing. So yesterday on stream, we went through a lot of award winners lists and just lists in general to try to find which games we might want to add to the list of things we want to do. And we got a lot of them. We don't have every slot filled, but some years we have more games than we have slots, and some years we have more slots than we have games. So we're going to figure that out in the near future. Of course, the very near future is going to be, well, it's going to be a lot closer than you'd think, because that is this upcoming week. This upcoming week is our first official stream week of the year. This is why I didn't start last week, even though part of it was in the new year. But as the first full year of the new year, or full week of the new year, this week is 1986. Now, obviously, we're on DDO today. That's partially because we're just kind of ending our marathon on something chill, because I didn't want to think about how to handle some specific things. And on the other hand, there was a certain amount of thing that I still want to play DDO. It has been my main game. It's how most people found the stream. So the current plan in my head, and you know, this might end up not happening because, well, sometimes things don't work out as you expect, is that what's going to happen is we'll still have basically 1 day a week that is DDO. And then the other days will be whatever is in that year. Now, what is in these particular years? Well, coming up for this week. And the funny thing is, because 98 was a little tricky to find things for, it's not 100% locked down. But I know that we're doing Where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego. And then we'll probably do Might and Magic 1. The first of the Might and Magic series. Not Heroes of Might and Magic. These are two separate series. We also might try to work in Space Quest and or Number Munchers. So, that is upcoming for this week. But for today, we're on DDO. And I believe we're going to be reincarnating. Because the main reason I was holding my main at cap was in case we failed our hardcore challenge. But we didn't fail the hardcore challenge. We succeeded. And so I don't need my backup plan of getting the softcore wings. We're going to be just fine without those because we have the hardcore wings. The problem is 206, 150, 50. That's cutting it a little tight. So we're going to have to do a little bit of inventory management. And then we're going to have to do a little bit of figuring out what build we want to play. Now, granted, we could just go Warlock again. But I believe I lost... Oh no, we don't lose... Alright, we don't lose trees at all. I think we're going to do a different kind of warlock. I've done this kind of warlock a lot. I think we're going to go with an Enlightened Spirit warlock, just for variety. Even though Enlightened Spirit lock is essentially just worse. Like, there's not really a lot else to say to it. It's just worse at what I want to do with this character, which is just kind of leveling. But on the flip side, oh, what is this? Where did I get this? Epic Headsman's Hood. Mid-level 25. Anytime you are hit, it procs a +8 rage effect? What is this? I don't even know where that's from. Maybe it's from Deliras. I did run Deliras on this character in order to get a what? A thingy. A thing with stuff. A epic voice of the master. Band of Acrobatics, Band of Mental Magic, Band of the Holy Way. Death block raises dodge. Alright. Epic Skeleton Key. Ah, I see. The problem with this is it's... Radiant Ring of Terror Balance. Okay. I don't even know where I got most of this stuff. Like, this is stuff that's not in the quests that I normally do. Which is a good benefit of doing hardcore type things, is you end up running quests that you don't normally do. Actually, because I'm planning on doing Warlock again, I think I'll just keep all my spell components. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we need to feed some stuff to a sentient weapon, because we have a variety of things that we're not going to actually keep and are just clogging up inventory space. The problem is... Alright, we'll grab this one. There we go. Our big sentient weapon is on a different character, because we moved it to our hardcore character. Khopesh of the Fallen Age. No. Legendary Celestial Beacon. Right. Short Sword of the Fallen Age. No. Dark Sphere. Heavy metal armor of the Arc Blade. Alright, that goes over here, as does the Dark Sphere. A lot of this stuff just needs to go on to bank characters. This, the problem is, it's minimum level 25. Essentially, I'm going to do item swaps at 20 and 21, and then hold it until I swap at 29, 30. There's really no call for stuff in this level range, which is unfortunate, because that seems like a relatively cool thing. Legendary Dire Bear Belt. I thought I already had one of those, but we're going to move it in here. Let's see, we're going to hold the rest of these. I guess we put it in the bank. It is annoying that the sheet music is, like, each one just takes up inventory space. So that's a little annoying. But, you know, c'est la vie. Okay, what else do we have here that's not locked down? Band of Acrobatics. Oh, that's right. I've got this stuff from farming in the giant chest, I believe. In any case, this is not useful. Does it even... Yeah, if it had an augment slot, it might be useful, but... Band of Mental Magic. This could be useful. It goes into storage. This could also be useful. It goes into storage. A brand of Kalakshas. My brand. I have one that's already leveled, and this doesn't have mythic or anything on it, so. Goes away. The Abalist String. Goes away. Epic Ivy Helix. Just gone. Epic Skeleton Key. Yeah, this is out of Delira's, and it's just like, hooray! I've got stuff that is good enough for that. There's no point having him swap at 25 when I can do the swap at... Oh, it's an eye slot, I think. I don't have it on me. There is a trinket, there's an eye piece out of Keep on the Borderlands that I think is 18. So keeping a separate swap here for +1 a couple levels later is, yeah. Another set of Goggles of Time Sensing. We'll move those. Legendary Agony's Eyes. We move those. These are bound to character. Why? Oh, it's a minor artifact. Huh. Neat. Oh, that's Mythic 3. Alright, that goes there. Just in case our existing ones are not Mythic. We'll keep our loots. Not Feywild. The gear out of Chronoscope goes there to be stored. The preempts, or the periempts, go over here to be stored. Yeah, I really don't care about this. Zarashak Ward. What is this? I'm surprised I didn't have one of those already. Huh. Or maybe I ditched it. Oh well. Tome goes over here. Bell of Opening goes in there. Experience Elixir. All of these special rolled consumables. Oh, that bank is full. Cool. And we've got that, which is fine. We do have some heart seeds. We can gather those, make a little bit more space that way. Orb of the Djinn can go. Alright, what are we down to? 205. And we have 91 here and 150 here. So we've got lots of space. Tons of space. So now we just start grabbing stuff. And we're gonna run it back and do another Dark Bargainer Warlock. But this time, we're going to go Great Old One. And we're going to go Enlightened Spirit. Now the question is, what feats do I want to go on my Enlightened Spirit? Because there's a couple different approaches that we can take. We can just take full offensive things on our Enlightened Spirit. Or we could go for more of the tank side of things, go for a like shield specialization. Or we could go for some sort of hybrid thing. The main question is, do we main Charisma or main Constitution? Because this is an actual question. Because one of the things about Enlightened Spirit is that several of its abilities scale off of Constitution, not off of Charisma. What does scale off of Charisma? Well, your blasts, or your bursts, I should say. So, these cases, we still want it for the DCs. But, I don't know. We could go a couple different ways with it. I'll figure it out when we get there. The other option would, of course, be the more offensive side of things. If we wanted to say, it's like, alright, we're going to treat this sort of like an Enlightened Spirit. Or not an Enlightened Spirit, like an Eldritch Knight. And we're going to be meleeing. Wait. One against many? Huh. I didn't realize that I had some things. Some stuff. In this case, some filigree that were not properly in bags. Alright. And we're going to have to toss a lot of this into the bank, because that's where our space is. And the funny thing is, we're probably going to have to grab some gear off of our hardcore character's bank to use on our main, because the main reason that I want to go Great Old One here is that, well, I've got my sentient weapon in acid. So it's just like, well, as long as that's already in acid, then might as well go acid for our main thing on our main. And thus, the cycle continues. Like, well, why did you build an acid character? Because my gear was set for acid. Okay, well, why is your gear set for acid? Because I built an acid character. Like, oh, I see. See, now that I see, like, well, wait, do I want to shield bash things? Like, do I want to drop, like, 5 into warrior or paladin and be a vanguard Enlightened Spirit? Well, actually, no. The problem with that is Enlightened Spirit can wear medium armor without spell failure, but it can't wear shields without spell failure. So you're limited to a very small subset of shields, generally ones that are made out of mithril, and or you slot sapphires of spell agility. Because the sapphire of spell agility will affect spell failure from both weapons, from both shields and armor, as opposed to a lot of things will just affect armor. So, that's something that we'll need to take into account. Now, one thing we will need to do is, as I mentioned when I was talking about, it's like, okay, well, what fighting style do we want? It's like, if we go shield spec, then obviously we've got the defensive capabilities. If we want to go more Enlightened Spirit, then we're going to need single weapon fighting or two-handed fighting or something of that nature. But if we do that, then we're definitely going to want to main Charisma, and then we're going to need points in our Charisma to hit and damage tree, which is going to be easy to get to because that's Feywild, and we already have that unlocked. And in order to use Feywild, you need your magical training feat, which Warlocks get for free by virtue of being Warlocks. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. I will probably need to Google which alignment to be if I don't want to go back and forth on going through character creation, because you choose your pact after you set alignment, and if I get the alignment wrong, then I won't have the pact I want available there, and then I'll just have to go back and change alignment and then go forward and reset stuff up, and it's easier if I just remember what good old or Great Old One requires. I think we might be able to get it with True Neutral, so that's what we're going to try first. But, you know, you never know. How close are we? Only 37 left. That's convenient. So let's see. What do I want to do with this build? Like, assuming I get to cap. Which, I mean, I will, but assuming I want to play at cap. Because in my mind, generally speaking, Enlightened Spirit has a problem with Glorp. I don't think it has a problem with Glorp. Generally speaking, at least for leveling, Enlightened Spirit has this problem where it is on a very fine edge. I see. A very fine edge between unkillable and dead. Like, if your temporary health and your cooldowns come up faster than the amount of damage you're taking, you never take any damage. If they can't keep up, you're kind of screwed. So I wonder, do I want to go... See, the problem I'm thinking of now is that if I go like an Enlightened Spirit style route, the problem, or a Eldritch Knight style route, the problem is that I don't have access to very many dice, that being imbue dice. So there are some ways to get them. Like, I think I have a Sun Augment. But yeah, it's a little awkward. Of course, if I want to be just like, no, I am tanky and I don't much care about my damage, well, one, that's just, it's a little annoying a way to play. Especially because this is not a hardcore character, this is the main character. So I'm thinking maybe we go like single weapon fighting with Orb offhand. Single weapon fighting requires we put ranks in balance, I believe, to unlock it. We'll figure it out here in a minute. I'm planning that... Okay, so next life, we're going to be Dark Bargainer Warlock again. Like, that much I'm here for, I'm down with. What I don't know, and I want to do Enlightened Spirit, because I've done Blasters a lot, and I wanted to try Enlightened Spirit for a change. But I don't really know everything else I want to do with it. Like, do I want to go more tanky with it? Do I want to go with a... Basically, what weapon style feat do I want? Because we can either go for, like, shields and just be, yeah, all of my damage comes from my bursts and blasts and things. Or we could go for, say, single weapon fighting and also do things of that nature. So, Vistani is good for that too. I have done Vistani with it before. The trick is, I think I'm going to be using caster sticks. So, that does mess with things if I do go Vistani. Of course, because we are going to be in Dark Bargainer, that also means we get access to some of its melee stuff. But yeah. Why single weapon fighting if using caster sticks? That's the thing. I'm undecided on which route to take. On if I'm doing single weapon fighting or if I'm going shield specialization and just using my spells for damage and things of that nature. Let's see, what else do we have here? Just make sure your dagger is a caster dagger, then you can have both. I mean, they exist, I think. There's not a ton of them, though. I mean, there are in randomly generated loot. And we'll figure it out. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards the shield spec route. It requires less stat juggling. Oh, ooh. This is a problem that I hadn't considered. Okay, we've got one more. So, we only have one Warlock past life now. This will be our second, and then next life will be our third. I was worried, it's like, wait a second, do I need to do Dark Bargainer for non-Warlock? It's like, no. We're fine. We are fine. Warlock's a pretty decent past life to have anyway. Give some nice passive defenses. Also, it's yelling at me about things because I think my VIP expired. So it's like, hey, you don't have spaces anymore. Oops. Iconic. And it's like, you don't have Deep Gnome. It's like, doesn't matter right now. Dark Bargainer. Max Charisma. Max Constitution. Maybe 2 less Constitution. 1 less Charisma. Yeah, we'll take that. That looks good. Okay, we'll take UMD, even though we don't really... Yeah, we'll take one UMD. We're Charisma-based, and we're a Warlock, so we're gonna get tons of UMD anyway. We take Spellcraft. We take... one in Tumble, one in Perform. We take Concentration, and we take Intimidate. Oh, that's right. We get a Dark Gift. I forgot about that. Let's see, what did we go last time? I think we went Touch of Death last time, but let me just double check something on the wiki, because I forget what the upgrades do. Dark Gift. Okay, so Echoing Soul, when upgraded, the crowd control only lasts 3 seconds instead of 6. No. Form of Pain. Passively gain more physical and magic resist rating. Alright. So passively, you get 5 PRR and MRR. So, stacking defenses at the cost of move speed. You know what? We'll try it, probably. Let's see. Let's see. Touch of Death. Gain negative spell power, negative heal amp per character level. So, at cap, that is 100 negative spell power and 100 negative healing amp. And, you know, losing all of our positive spell power and positive healing amp. Okay, yeah, we'll go Form of Pain, sure, why not? We will take Maximize, and we will take Great Old One. And what one spell do we want? Jump. True neutral. Cool. We'll go with this one. UI layout. Load. High res 10 bar. There we go. Beats. Alright, Epic Past Life feats. We will take colors, I think. We will take energy criticals, because we're going to be doing a lot of acid damage. We will be taking fortification for our martial. And let's see, divine, I guess we take grace. Alright, iconic. Deep Gnome? Yeah. Illusion spells and acid spell power. So, acid spell power. And we want our bloody footprints. We have Vite on our bars. We want our Pact over here to always be on. We'll have our Blast shape, which won't be that one. Except Warlock training. Alright. Same skills. Do we put points in jump? We have the spell jump. We'll take bluff. And let's see. Do we grab Permashield? Oh, that made our thing go away. Okay, we're just going to take bluff. And we'll take... And we'll take shield, just in case. Doesn't matter that much. There we go. We'll take... Where are the meta magics? There they are. We'll take the power. And we'll max charisma. Warlock beats. Thought shield. Blur or invisibility? We'll grab blur. This is not going to be a super optimized build. I'm not paying enough attention to things for it to be well optimized. Well, that's right. Great Old One gets knock. Let's see. We go for quicken. Right, entropic ward. And meta magics. Quicken. And we're going to need another thing to put points into. Screw it, jump is a class skill, so. Yeah, jump hard caps. But it doesn't hard cap soon enough. Alright, we play for early game. We'll grab displacement. Wait, no. I get displacement SLA. We grab D-Door. More charisma. More thought shield, which gives will saves. We will grab visibility. Bluff, concentrate, intimidate, spellcraft. Alright, this is where we get into, do we use shields? And I'm not sure if we do or not. The problem is, I think I might have pigeonholed myself here because... Wait, we can do single weapon fighting? Requires balance too. Shield mastery. Requires shield proficiency. Oh, that's right, I don't have proficiency with shields. So we could go single weapon fighting. Alright, single weapon fighting it is. We have changed our mind. We'll make it work. Because, as mentioned earlier, with access to Vistani knife fighting, we probably would want that to support this. Vards, obviously. Oh, sorry, we need balance. We'll grab haste. More charisma. Let's just check something. Show me single weapon fighting requirements. Okay. We need 7 balance. I swear it shows the tomes when you hover over something. Maybe it's not when leveling up. Maybe you have to be in the proper thing. Right. Improve single weapon fighting. And then our class feed is down here somewhere. There it is. More thought shield. Let's see. Skills. Balance, Tome 3, Rank 5. Okay, so I have enough balance for greater single weapon fighting. Not that I can get it right now. I'm going to run into problems with base attack bonus, but that's fine too. Concentration and Spellcraft and Intimidate. Level 5. Do we want Tensors? I don't think I need the proficiency thing out of it because we have the proficiency thing in our cores. So I guess we'll take a utility, protection from elements. Concentration. Spellcraft. Intimidate. Bluff. Let's see, level 4. Most of these are not good. Teleport, I guess. Even though you can get scrolls for it. Bluff, concentration, intimidate, Spellcraft. Oh, we've still got a spare. UMD. Alright, what does offhand versatility get us again? 1 imbue dice with an orb. And more ability. Alright, so we can get greater single weapon fighting. And our class feat is going to be all the way at the bottom here. Create Thrall. Okay. So we are a single weapon fighting Dark Bargainer Warlock. Let us spend some points.
The priests propagating this treason must be thrown into the prison city of Weylun, and the Purple Dragon Knights are seeking help in the task.
Okay, so we definitely get this because we want to come up to here. We'll get physical resist. We come here. We grab this. What is this again? Resist energy is no. We go offense. We grab the offense. We grab offense. We grab more offense. Temporary hit points. Medium armor proficiency. And we can either grab a constitution or for physical resist rating. We'll grab a constitution because why not? Grab these. Right, did I? Right, yes. Maybe we don't care about beacon. How many points do I have? And then we need to come up here. Let's see, max spell points. Right, so that's charisma to hit and damage. Here, I think we will take... Okay, so... I think we take Vampiric Blast over Utter Dark Blast. Which means we have some extra space here for just random things. Okay, we're going to keep that. And then we're going to start coming in here for... Yeah, we'll grab Taint the Blood. And after Taint the Blood, we're going to come up here for Feeding Frenzy. Because we want move speed. Okay, so... Grab Charisma. +1 to pack dice. Negative healing amp. Embrace death. More sneak dice, more negative amp. Magical resist and cap. I think I have Dread Mist. This is something I think I missed last time. Don't I get Dread Mist as a like pact spell or something? Maybe not. Oh, right. You only get that if you're in the Dark Powers Pact. We're not the Dark Powers Pact. We're Great Old One. So we do need the SLA instead of the normal cast one. Got more charisma. When you're considered undead, your Vampiric Bite heals you for negative energy instead of positive. Sure. Let's see. Turn into a swarm of bats. If we come all the way up here... Alright, what do we get from the top tier? And... Except... we have one more point. Am I going to be wearing light or no armor? Possibly. We'll take double damage on bite. Maybe that'll encourage me to actually use bite. Alright. Now we have more auras that we need to make sure are turned on all the time. Okay, so this is an SLA that we can cast. This is a buff SLA that goes here. Dread Mist is an SLA we can cast. Eldritch Aura is something that's always turned on over here. Eldritch Blast is something we cast. Embrace Death, that is an aura that is constantly on. Find Familiar Suitor. Oh, I don't get the negative energy healing because I'm Great Old One. Those are packed. The Greater Death Aura and things were packed skills. So I might not want to be undead at all. Interesting. Okay. I got so used to doing it the one way that it's just like, wait a second. That's not automatic? It's like, no. It's not automatic. That's only... because of the specific way we were built last time. Alright. Cool. So this goes away. This goes away. What's the cooldown on this? This is pretty long, right? 15 seconds? Yeah. Put that over there. That over there. And now we get to turn on our meta magics for our SLAs. The funny thing is, I'm missing a feat that I almost always take, which is the Wizard Past Life. So we have -1 to our difficulty checks because, well, we just haven't taken that. Alright. So we put all of these out. And then we got to look at our spells. Okay. So we got various buff spells, additional spells. Yeah, conditional spells, buff spells. Alright. So we dragged out our past life feats. We did that. We have our proficiencies. We have our vampiric bite. We have create thrall. Cannot be activated if lawful. Okay, so we have create thrall, which is a feat, and as a feat, it cannot accept metamagics. Alright, time to get to a bank. Let's see what we can do about getting our gear together. Bank.
Tis the season of festival in Stormreach.
Show me up through level 16. Oh no, show me just level 1 stuff for now. Because right now, what we actually want are things like our bags. Jibber's Blade. Augment Bag. Cape. Bags. Spell components. Loots. All that sort of thing. Loot. Loot. We'll grab the completed sigil just in case. And, oh, more augment bag. More of that stuff. Keep the city. Goggles of Unbroken Sight. Definitely going to hold on to those at least for the short term. Harper Pin, Grip of Alacrity. Harper Pin and Jibber's Blade out onto bars. And a Mantle of Gentle Descent. I can cast it. Okay. So that's 1 to 1. Now show me 5 to 16. Weapons. Usable Scepter of Corrosion. Yeah, that'll do it. Maybe I should have gone 2-weapon fighting, and I could have had my Kukri Green Blade. Right, but we have actually been live for an hour now, which means it is time for our health and wellness break, where we take a break from staring at screens for a little bit to stand up and stretch, grab a drink, and grab a snack. We are not going to play the game during this time, so feel free to join me in taking a break. And I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, we should be back. I am a little late because I got distracted by my snacking from earlier. But we are here. And we are probably just going to suffer from the lack of forethought that we put into this build. Don't get me wrong, it's going to work regardless. We can brute force it. But we have certain problems like, okay, so our pact damage is acid. We've got that. But we have SLAs here that do evil. So that's light. So that's fine. So we have light, we have evil, and we have force. Because we're in this stance, not Utter Dark Blast stance. So maybe we switch to Utter Dark at some point. But in any case, for now, we have our Fusible Scepter. Now, honestly, if we get our acid elsewhere, we could switch to Green Blade, which is a Kukri, which means we could use our Standing Knife Fighter tree if we wanted. Which is probably a good choice. I'm going to grab that just in case. Shield. Resplendent Fury. We'll take a Resplendent Fury. Oh, wait. It doesn't count with... Do I need offhand versatility to be able to use an orb at all? It's been a while since I've done single weapon fighting. Okay. I thought by default you could use an orb and still maintain your buff. It's just you didn't get the bonuses from offhand versatility. It looks like I need offhand versatility to be able to use an orb at all. So that makes gearing a little harder here. It's fine though. Armor. Alright, I guess we go Orders Garb set because that's the set we have on us. Eyes. We can grab Dusk Lenses, which we will probably want to use. Oh wait, we have to use them for our set bonus. I forgot about that. Let's see. Head. Crown of Snow. Okay, easy enough. Might not be the best option, though. We'll need to look into others. Neck. Well, we can grab a Golden Guile for next level. And then we have, what? Electric doesn't help us. Cold doesn't help us. Torque is kind of funny, but no. Alright, Amber Pendant it is. The funny thing is, we should probably be taking a different set entirely there. Like, we should be taking... See, let's look at these. For head. Like, we can grab Crown of Butterflies, which is probably better. Like... yeah, no, not this. Compliance is interesting, but no. Jar of Madness, also interesting, but no. But Crown of Butterflies gives us melee power. And, you know, melee power is nice. And then... Neck. accuracy. We can drop Insightful Sheltering and our spell focus stuff to instead get accuracy. Probably not. Combat Mastery, Profane Combat Mastery, Crippling. No. Not good enough. Alright, Trinket. We want Emblem of Elemental Evil. Do we have other options? I don't think we have other options. Oh, we have all these Periapts. But no, we're going to keep this. It's got our Sapphire defense in it. It's just good overall. Cloak. Cloak. I was like, wait, where's our Cloak of Winter? Why do we not have a Cloak of Winter here? Like, City's Champion is fine. Black Velvet is probably good for us, because we are in undead form. Zephyr is lightning. This has Spell Focus Mastery if we wanted to switch necklaces. But yeah. Waste. Belt of Whirling Blades. Double Strike, Deception, Insightful Combat Mastery. Yeah, we're going to take our Bronze Dragon Scale. Even though Life Sealed is bad for us. It's got a lot of other good stuff on it. I don't know. Roar, Strength, Constitution. So, Waste. Rings. Alright, what do we want on our rings? I think that one thing is, like, we might actually go with Katra's Wit for the Charisma, because I don't think we have plus Charisma anywhere on our gear right now. So we've got a lot of options. Alright, no, never mind. We can just do Celestial Topaz for Charisma. And then we have a variety of other options. We have Winter's Chill if we want our kinetic lore, because we do have force damage in our setup that's not currently being taken care of. We also have... Well, okay. Alright. We can go Seal of the Earth for the corrosion. It will lose us our Insightful Corrosion, but that's not that big a deal. And we already get Potency, Insightful Potency here, so losing any of them isn't too big a deal. And that would let us do Green Blade. Alright, so we'll go Green Blade. We'll go Seal of Earth for our acid. Yes. Yes, it does mean we don't get Shattered Onyx for our Insightful Charisma, but we'll take that out just in case we find something else. Keylock, yeah. Rings. Hands. Ruby Encrusted is what? Fire and Light? Yeah, Fire and Light. Which... our other options are pretty bad. So that covers light for us, which we didn't actually have before that. This is such a weird hodgepodge of gear. Actually, Clarissa's Lace Gloves might be better. Might be. Because I don't think we have Accuracy and Deadly anywhere else. Not that it probably matters that much. Right, shoes. Flightfoot for if I need freedom of movement. Golden Greaves otherwise. And then for Hands. No, not hands. Wrists. We finished our set bonus. And grab a swim swap. Alright, so for hands, we can either take, what is that? 13 spell power and 11 crit, or radiance crit. Or, let's see. This is 39, 36. 2, 4. Oh, right. I have a damage augment somewhere. So this is actually plus 10 to accuracy, plus 2 deadly. I think we keep that. Yeah, our gear is a mess. Oh well, it's going to be good enough. Probably. Why aren't I getting temporary spell hit points though? Shouldn't I be getting it from here? I guess it doesn't work while I'm in town. Alright, well, we're level 15. What do we want to do? We could head straight to Myth Draenor. That's always a good time. It'll also be a good way to figure out, oh wait, where's the stuff I'm missing? Oh, wait, that's the stuff I'm missing. I was like, what are things that I always forget to do after I reincarnate? Well, about that. This is one of those things. Forget to put points into Reaper trees. More charisma. Even more charisma. Even more charisma. Just gonna put points in all of the things. There we go. That should cap us out, right? We're level 15. Caps out at 200 max. We're going to be at, let's see. This is like 200 in this tree alone, because it's 8 times 25, which is like 200. So we're maxed out as far as that is concerned. Next level, we will no longer be maxed out. And then at 17, when these unlock, we will be close to 400. Alright. Off to Myth Draenor. The question is, how many skulls do we want to go in on? Go to our guild airship. Because in the guild ship, we can get guild buffs. Now the other question is, we can drop all this stuff with packed dice and come into Vistani Knife Fighter for deflect arrows. Where's quick draw? There's quick draw. So do I want stanch and 3 packed dice? And like this stuff, or do I want haste boost? Because the packed dice also affect our blasts. And our blasts are going to be our main AoE. I think we're gonna come here and take these 2 points away. Put one there. Try it out first? Yeah, I think I will try it out first. But what I am going to do is I'm going to reset this tree and I'm going to distribute it a little bit differently. Because I want Rapid Slash. We'll take Rapid Slash and see what that does for us. So we have an active attack now. Because I'm wearing like caster sets, not melee sets, I don't have like any double strike. So getting some double strike is probably for the best. Gatekeeper's Grove. But yes, I am doing well. We are preparing for a very, we'll say a much more structured year of streams where I don't know who's been here. Yeah, it's interesting in that I kind of just made it all up as I'm going along and got forced into some things by making my decisions wrong or not preparing in some ways, and also realizing that some things I thought I had I don't have. Specifically, because last life I was a Dark Bargainer with the Dark Bargainer Pact, I crossed up which things were part of which parts. So things like having Death Aura, that's not part of being a Dark Bargainer Warlock, that's part of the Pact. So I don't have those now. Which means I don't have a big source of healing that I had last life. But we'll see how it goes. But alright, yes, for stream plans. So I know I've talked about this a lot, but I never know who was here at the time I talked about it and who wasn't. Because, well, I've spent a lot of time on stream recently, and I do not expect anyone to have spent the same amount of time on my stream as me. But we are doing a thing where, because I am turning 40 this year, I am doing sort of a history walkthrough, run-through thing. Where we're going through 40 years of gaming. And what does that entail? Well, that means that each week, starting in 1986, we are going to play games from that year. Plus, you know, like one day for DDO, because we're not going to completely abandon DDO for the purposes of this. So it's going to be interesting. The games that I've chosen so far, that we're working on choosing, because it's not 100% locked down yet, are a combination of just pure nostalgia for me, critically acclaimed games that I missed out on, or other like well-known and or like highly influential games. Like, one thing that I have on the list is Dune 2. Not Doom. Dune. Like, stuff that is recognized as, like, the first of its genre sort of stuff. So, we've got some of that going for us, which we're going to try out, which should be interesting. And, of course, we've got a bunch of stuff that I just remember playing growing up. Oh, and now we're stuck in webbing, as he's just pinging us for like 50 damage a shot. Well, when he's not missing. But yeah, so for example, later this week, and I haven't figured out what's going on what day, but you know what came out in 1986? Where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego? Carmen Sandiego. I remember playing that game growing up, mostly because, you know, at that age, there was a lot of edutainment games is what we were playing. So there's stuff like that. There's just a variety of stuff. Alright, so we are going to have to modify that redeem a bit. As the bag is not up, but I do have rings up. So we will modify this to accommodate some form of working out for that redeem. So I think we're going to finish off this quest real quick. And then we'll take care of that redeem. And we're not going to fight that double Reaper pack. But we are going to find out how well we do against this boss fight. I do need to remember that we can bite things to heal and things of that nature. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. But
the way into the cave
we can also
the terror that lies behind raids awaits within.
Enhancement. Reaper double strike boost. The good news is we have a ridiculous amount of fortification.
The
and we get immediately just knocked down because that's just how that works. I went the single weapon fighting Vistani route. Well, you're half right. We are single weapon fighting, but we don't have points in Vistani right now. Love that. You're out of range. We get knocked back mid-animation on the bite. So it's just like, no, you're out of range. Wait, so what's button 3? Well, that is our very minimal investment in Vistani. Like, we really need to get up to 11 points to get Quick Draw and Haste Boost. But we'll see. I think we're fine. Like, because this was on R4, so it is a crazy tree. And the reason that we're getting away with it, you mentioned kind of sarcastically getting a caster dagger. Well, turns out, I might not have a caster dagger, but I have a caster kukri. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. Alright, so, but yes, this redeem. I turned off my hotkeys while I was playing Angband because it was doing things. So where is... There it is. I don't know exactly what we're doing here, but we'll figure it out! Swap that. And... okay, we do this. And I guess we just get up on our rings and, like, maybe do ab stuff. Very least, just holding myself here is problematic for my arms, because I'm not used to it. Oddly enough, it's kind of a hand toughness problem, in that I feel a lot of, like, pressure and bruising, because I am not used to it. But, you know, let's try not to fall on. Okay. Get our balance back, as we are now swaying. And let's try just to not fall for these last, like, 15 seconds. You see now why feet is a stream category. Yes, that's exactly what this is. Obviously, you have cracked the code. 2, 1. I Need to do that more often, because my wrists are not strong enough to do it continuously. So, back to game. I said back to game. Thank you. But yes, I do have a caster kukri. So that's what we're using. We have our green blade. The first thing that came to your mind was Skiver? I'm not familiar with that one. Giga old caster dagger, but looks cool? Neat. So yes, where was I? Alright, so yeah, I'm still taking some suggestions for which games I should cover in the 40 years worth of gaming thing we're doing this year. I've got a bunch of classics on there. The problem I've run into, actually, is that I'm going to run into problems with the format and a lot of classic, well-known games.
Here it was.
Things like,
City of Song,
we'll say Deus Ex.
glowing with the mythos touch
Deus
of the
Ex.
inkling light of
Hugely
star.
impactful, hugely important for gaming
All
history.
races,
And, by all accounts,
walks
quite a
of
good
life
game.
existed together in harmony.
The problem is,
So much innovation,
it's probably only, each of these games is probably only going to get
my old
one
soul got
stream.
used to the company.
So, any, like,
Stay
heavy
forever.
plot-based game
That
is
forever
going to run into
lies
trouble
solely in the past.
when I am only going to be on it for, we'll say, 4 to 6 hours. So, I might end up leaning a little bit more to the niche or indie side,
Seemingly empty.
but
Yet you hear faint
we will figure it out.
just the buildings or something else.
And of course, a lot of the games will simply end up just not finished. Oh, I know. I see what that is now. It's like, because I was like, wait a second, why am I doing force damage on hit? I don't think my pact dice apply on hit. Just like, right, they don't. That is actually just the weapon. The weapon does force damage on hit. But yeah, so I've got some old point-and-click adventures on there, you know, your King's Quest types. I have like Halo 1 on there. I've got Half-Life on there. Got Lode Runner, the Legend Returns. I think another big thing that I'm missing, though, is going to be that because I don't have hardware for it, I'm not going to be doing any, let's say, console games. Which means no Castlevania, no Mario, a lot of stuff I grew up on that I simply just, I don't have hardware for it, and I don't feel like really emulating it on stream.
Re-entering the Great Hall, you're surprised by the sight of a towering skeleton figure. A familiar shape sticks out from between its ribs. A crest.
Oh, there you are. That's a very sneaky giant skeleton. I tried to go one way around the pillar and it snuck up behind me.
The skeleton shatters and falls, the crest in its chest tumbling free. You scan the room, looking for the fallen object.
first I was like, man, I hate my Dark Gift slowing me down this much. It's like, no, that's not the Dark Gift. That's the archers. The archers are doing their standard snare thing. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else on here I'm like actually pretty excited for. Because there's a lot on here that is just like, oh right, I always meant to get around to doing that one. Or this was good, or I remember really liking this. Oh, let's get some health back. Alright, I'm losing a lot of health now. Okay. The thing is, we don't have good healing options. We have good temp health options, but not good healing options. So let's see, what else is on here? Oh, Secret of Monkey Island, Wolfenstein 3D, X-Wing. Oh, that's a double Reaper pack. We're gonna wait until Shining Through is off cooldown here in a second. Let's see, SimCity 2000, the first Diablo, Resident Evil, Thief, Return to Krondor, Dino Crisis. I'm gonna put in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for nostalgia reasons for me, even though by all accounts it was not a very good game. Like, there's a lot of good stuff that I just never got around to having. Now, if I really wanted to be safe, I wouldn't have waited for Shining Through to be just off cooldown. I would have waited for it to be off cooldown, used it, and waited for it to be off cooldown again. I think I clipped a zombie Hero Soul Lightbearer champ healing itself. Oh, right, you'd mentioned that before. How, because it is positive healing, it's actually something that kills them. I'll check that in a moment. You know, I was just looking at it, I was like, wait a second, I didn't think I allowed clips except on my own stream. And then it's like, and I checked, it's like, oh, you didn't just find an example, you found an example on my stream. Neat. Oh, and we fell. Let us take a look, because I was interested in this. Okay, wait, stop randomly scrolling. I think it'd be easier to see if I had health bars on over them. Because I saw the healing effect go off on him, but I don't know like how much health he was at before it went off. Because I don't have the... Oh, what is the hotkey for that? And again, it's like, is it V or like Control V or something to show health bars over things? I tried hitting them and it didn't do anything. Oh, what is... It's like, wait a second. Something just hit me. We'll look at options. Keybinds. Search. Shortcut bars. Maybe it's not here. Or it's not listed here. It's probably under like UI settings. Turn off combat feedback for enemy actions. Show opponent overhead health. There it is. I guess I did turn it on, but I just didn't notice it. Alright, and this is why... Sorry, I meant to talk about this. This is why Shining Through is so much better than the Druid equivalent. Because the Druid equivalent gives you temp health. It's on a 1-minute cooldown and it lasts 30 seconds. Whereas Shining Through is a 30-second cooldown and it lasts 10 minutes, which lets you prime so you can double up. As in, like, you can get temp health before the fight, wait for the cooldown to be done, and then you can use it again mid-fight.
This crest likely fits the socket of a door mechanism.
Alright. We didn't actually have to fight the red name, especially with D-Door. You can just walk past him and then D-Door back. You know, I kind of forgot that we're on R4. Like, I'm so used to, I got so used to playing the hardcore character on Elite. But we're just... Oh. Hit us for 100. And then, of course, something suddenly pops up like that and reminds you, no, you are on Mid Reaper. Oh, overpowered again. Yeah. Well, I don't know. As I mentioned, this build is super unoptimized. Like, for the meleeing part of our build, we don't have accuracy, and our deadly is like 10 levels old.
Distracted by the sound of cracking bones, and the foe has arrived.
Like, we have +3 damage. But we do have a ton of past lives, which, while not amazing for damage, is amazing for defenses. Like, it's good for damage, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing compared to the extra defenses of having that much extra armor class and everything.
Now to return to the elf encampment to report your progress.
Speaking of offenses, though, what tree is Double Strike in? Is that Primal? Because if so, I'll do that over Colors. But I think Double Strike is Martial. Actually, that works too. Double Strike is Martial. What do we have for Martial currently? Fortification. We are at 269% fort. We can go Double Strike instead. And then we do want energy criticals for our acid damage, so we don't want to get enchant weapon. Primal, I think Colors is still the best. Wait, ancient power? Because we're one-handed fighting, it's only 6. Good evening, Fryling. Welcome. So I think we'll take Colors over +6 to hit. We'll swap this over here, though, just in case we want to quick swap it. And then, what else would I normally take on melee? No, I think that's it. Okay. But yes, good evening. Do you have any suggestions for hugely impactful games in the last 40 years that I need to do in my... what's going to take up most of my year of streaming this year, of 40 years worth of gaming, where I go through and hit all my nostalgic things and or big impactful, like, first of their genre games that I never played and kind of missed out on? I'll give you a hint. Most of the things that you would recommend I've probably looked at first. Zelda? Unfortunately, this is only for systems for which I have hardware. And Zelda is not a PC game. So yeah, I am missing Zelda. I am also going to be missing things like Final Fantasies, things like Mario, like the basic Mario and Sonic games, things of that nature. So this is a PC games limited. But Zelda is a good shout out because I did forget to mention the platform restriction. That's a lot of fire damage all at once. That's another big lot of fire damage all at once. Did I get resists? I don't think I got resists. But yeah, I've got things like Dune 2, I've got things like Deus Ex, lots of stuff of that nature.
This was once the yet the shelves lining
and for this upcoming week, which is going to be 1986, I think we're going to start with where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego? And we'll see how that one goes. Because, well, growing up, a decent chunk of the games I played were like the edutainment style. Played that board game? Yeah, there was a whole franchise. Now, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? That was 85. And then where in time was Carmen Sandiego was like mid-90s. Those are two champs down there. We're going to get out of line of sight of those. And they're both immune to insta-kills. I was like, because I have Phantasmal Killer. I can cast Phantasmal Killer. But it's just like, nope. Nope, Stygian and Shadow Marked. Both types of elites that have Death Block. You do not have Death Block, so you get to die. Also, something did just hit me for our 200 force damage. Such is the nature of this section of the quest. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff I missed out on. And some stuff I'm revisiting, like, for example, I've got Portal on there. Now, Portal I didn't miss. I did play Portal, but that was probably at least a decade ago, so it's worth revisiting, because, I mean, it's good. Okay. Getting another rank so I can get the Stanch, or Staunch, for more temp health is going to make a big difference in our survivability. And of course, in tune with some of the other kinds of content we've done, we do have a variety of DDO games, or not DDO, Dungeons and Dragons games in there. Like, I'm not gonna go full on, like, go and do Neverwinter Nights and, let's say, Neverwinter Nights and the original Baldur's Gate and this, that, and the other. Mostly because when each game is only getting, like, one stream, well, I'm not gonna do, like, single stream of Neverwinter Nights. That's just, like, a bad idea. Oh boy. Hold on. Do I need to just not... I'm trying to think how I should kill these guys when they heal from force damage. And now, if they healed from the acid damage, then I can turn off the acid part. But I didn't pick up Utter Dark Blast, so I can't currently change my force damage to something
On the
else.
safe hold to keep the invaders at bay, yet supplies there are getting low. We are almost out of spell components, and we've long since used all the wands. Of course, those aren't the only things available in the safe hold, but I'm not ready to call upon our last defense just yet.
I need to find something alive to bite. That's the downside of my only real healing being Vampiric Bite, is that it only heals you
Too many.
if you're biting something that is alive and corporeal, which means it doesn't work on Reapers, and it doesn't work on Undead. So, it's gonna be tricky.
You hear a muffled sound off in the distance, as if a door had
Let's see,
been
what
blown
on here am
open
I
by
like,
the wind.
most excited for, maybe? Let's see, other stuff that was like really well reviewed that I just never got around to. Like Disco Elysium is on there. That's a big one that I never got to. Let's see. Control, Undertale, the Stanley Parable. Not to be confused with the Stan Lee Parable, which is about how to get yourself in as many movie credits as possible. Where were we? Oh yes, we're coming down here. Kill this ruined shambling mound. Okay, so kill both shambling mounds, to be fair, but, you know. Let's see. What else we have? Papers, please.
Shows that this drow elf
And
was
that's all on the
slain
like, more
recently,
recent side of stuff.
Probably by one
Not
of
going all the way back to
creatures in
Crystal
the
Caves and X-Wing and
This must be the leader of
King's
the
Quest
expedition.
games. Oregon Trail
It seems he
3.
never found the icon of the elves. A magic
Why
board
3? Well, because
flickers
it's
in
the one that
center
fit
of
the
the
timing the
chamber.
best.
Perhaps it leads to the safe hold, where the wizards kept their greatest.
I am going to the safe hold. Bring forth our last defense. Yet the risks
Alright,
are
we get
great.
temp health back as we run over
I
to
can only
you.
pray to the gods that I will not be our undoing.
Wizards kept their last defense.
Where'd you go?
Yet, whatever that last defense might have been, it failed to keep the city.
Now proceed to the binding. But I'm certain
How many
the
stacks do we have on our Form of Pain thing? I'm not seeing them show up under debuffs, which is interesting, even though it does slow us.
It seems the wizard's final defense was a powerful summoned a demon that they could not control. This statuette is the icon of the elves.
But yeah,
It's
it's
the
a
object you
good
were sent
time.
here to find. One of the
Or I
three
hope it'll be a good
items
time.
related to control of the mythal.
It's going to be an interesting time and an educational time, one way or another.
Wizards from all over
And not like in the boring studying for school education time. In the more fun, exploratory, like, find a new things, like adventure and discovery sort of education. Which, really any sort of education can be that way if it's a topic you're interested in, and it's presented in a good way. And I do like to make that part of that, it's part of the joys of the stream, I guess, is that, and this is something I
overlooks the ruins.
came up with a couple months back when I was trying to think, it's like, okay, as far as branding and general vibes, what do I want the stream to be about? Because while ostensibly any stream is just about, it's like, oh, just play games, forehead. It's like,
but this is no time for
they all have
reflection.
kind of a
The
vibe and a
leading the
theme
Red
to
Wizard
them.
expedition is
Whether
somewhere in the
that's
depths of this
we're
castle.
looking for
You must
the
stop the
highest end
Thanes
competitive
before they can
gameplay
gain
on your
control
first-person
of the
shooter or
Mythic.
MOBA thing, and it's
3 empty
about
thrones
the excellence
set
of
into an
performance,
alcove
or
overlooking
if
this
it's
massive hall.
supposed to be a
This hall
comfy
feels
vibes sort of environment. And I thought to myself, it's like, okay, well, what sort of environment do I want? What is the stream about besides just me yapping about this weird specific build mechanics of DDO? Because, well, yes, that is definitely a thing that I do a lot. That's not the general theming and vibe. And what I landed on for what I wanted the vibe/theme to be
Several angry
is
devils step
I wanted
from
it to
the
be about like general, like I wanted the health side of things, whether that's mental or physical, like just, you know, just take care of yourselves. And I wanted education, but in the fun, exploring, let's find new things, you know, seek out new life and new civilizations side of thing, as opposed to let's memorize the periodic table. Which is, I think, the less fun kind of education. But I'm sure there are some periodic table stands out there who that was their thing. They were super into that. Although I did see an interesting meme earlier today about, like, people giving Superman crap for his weakness being a rock. And it's just like, yeah, well, your weakness is a rock too. And it shows a picture of uranium. It's like, yeah, that'll do it.
showing that it was summoned here deliberately.
In fact,
Yggdranath sighs
humanity
as he
is
gets
weak to
work.
rock
He'll
if the rock
prevent
is
the Red
uranium.
Wizards from
It's
accessing
also
the
weak to
power
rock
of the
if the
Mythic,
rock is
while
simply
you
large enough
find
or
and
moving
defeat
fast
the
enough.
Lich.
A large enough rock propelled at a fast enough speed can mess you up. Potentially even more so than Kryptonite can do to Superman. Oh, got a Famine Reaper. Hello, Famine Reaper. We really need to rely on our spells for you, Famine Reaper, because we do not have True Seeing. Uh-oh. More temp health, please. Thank you. Hooray! There's a reason why Voodoo favors this general style of build for his hardcore stuff. It is incredibly durable, even on a first lifer. And not just that, but it's got the passive durability of the ticking temp health. Well, you know, I'm using a lot of... Well, I'm on R4, so they're punching through the passive temp health really easily. But weaker stuff, you played Enlightened Spirit build your last life, it's really fun and easy. Yeah, I was mentioning this earlier, but Enlightened Spirit tends to be very binary. Like, either you have enough temp health that nothing touches you, or you don't. Like, if they're damaging you faster than your temp health cooldowns come up, you feel just, like, very squishy because you have very little sustain outside of that. Unless, of course, you're Dark Bargainer and you're just running Death Auras and Undead, in which case you get the temp health, you get the survivability, and you get the healing. In which case, yeah, you basically just win unless you get super burst down. It's definitely not as good in High Reaper as a more typical tank. Yeah, well, fortunately we don't need to worry about that too much. Because we're not in High Reaper. Or I guess, you know, R4, so we're in Mid Reaper. It is time, however, for, you know, that theme of wellness? It is time for our hourly health and wellness break, where we take 3 minutes to not stare at screens and get a drink I'll see you in, we'll say 3-ish minutes. I was unable to click the button, so it's going to start it when it feels like it, which could be immediately or it could be in like 30 seconds. So I'm going to go grab a drink, grab a snack. I'll be back in 3 minutes, and we will pick up where we left off. Alright, we're going to have to put up with these slightly awkward transitions where it doesn't capture the game at first, because I undid my hotkeys. Because I was playing a different game and it used the same hotkeys, and when moving in-game has OBS flicking quickly between different scenes, it makes for a poor viewing experience. So welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break, you know, move the laundry, get a snack, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff. All that stuff that we've forgotten in our modern day viewing of things, where we just, as soon as something goes on commercial break, we look at our phones, or we just change to a different channel, as opposed to the old school thing that happens, which is the commercials come on, and you leave. And it's like, oh, well, I'll come back in a minute. But yes, we have returned. And what was I talking about before we ended? Oh yes, the general vibe of, you know... Oh, right, we were talking about the this tank versus others. I'm not sure about it healing others, but I will say that if I was going into High Reaper, I generally expect that I will be receiving some healing. So the delicate balance I was talking about like, well, if you can bypass the temp health, then you're screwed. Whereas in a more organized party, you're expecting some healing. Maybe not a ton. Like, it might just be the sorcerer who has stuff in the primal tree who can pop the big fire heal on you. Or, you know, at the very least, between packs, you'll be able to... Well, alright, between packs, you can heal yourself up. Like, you don't need healing from other people between packs. There's lots of things you can do between packs. Right, you can grab Renewal out of the actual tank Epic Destiny. You can grab all kinds of things. Though speaking of Epic Destinies, I don't know which I'm going to grab on this character. So we could do the standard Eldritch Knight thing where we go for the Primal Mantle. Like, that might be useful. Because one problem that I had last life is that in typical problems of Warlocks, like, well, I'm mostly doing Eldritch Blast damage, and, like, none of the mantles work super well with Eldritch Blast damage. Whereas now, at least I'm meleeing a decent amount, so I can be like, okay, because I'm meleeing, well, we can go into a tree that supports meleeing. I think I only got one, though. Yeah, I need to find the other one. I don't know what you mean by heal others while tanking, though. Like, I know that the temporary health aura gives temp health to others, but I wasn't aware that the general build... And I need to be clear here. We're not talking about the build I am currently playing. The build I am currently playing, it was not thought out. I just kind of did it off the cuff because I can brute force it anyway. But, like, the proper one where you take, say, the Shield Mastery line and build it more tanky, whereas this is a single weapon fighting style one. We might have a problem.
And not just Azul here. The power beneath you will be mine. What do you think you could do to stand against?
Alright, I don't know why he suddenly died when he was at like half health, but I'll take it.
With a wave of the lich's
My best guess is going to be that it was a Colors of the Queen proc.
Your last blow slams the gaunt form of the lich across the floor. A disembodied voice fills your mind. You only delay the inevitable, destroying my
More draining mouths have spawned.
My soul is bound to my phylactery. In time, my body will reform.
What?
Without
Where?
my phylactery, you are powerless. Why would you even come here if you... The voice stops suddenly as the Zulkir realizes what's going on. My phylactery! No! The phylactery smokes and cracks as you lay it on the altar to the Seldarin.
But yes.
A short-lived scream fills your mind just before the phylactery
We are
turns to dust.
getting by on our past lives durability and things of that nature for the moment. But where were we? Oh yes. We were on discussing epic destiny trees that we might take. So if we want to lean more into the Eldritch Knight-ish single weapon fighting style, then we can go for all the trees that give us more dice for that. So we'd go into Macrotech, we'd go into Draconic, and we'd go into Primal. If we want to lean more tanky, we'd probably still go with 2 out of those 3. Probably Macrotech and Primal, and then also Unyielding Sentinel.
The dwarves
Because Macrotech also has tanky stuff in it, and it has things like, okay, so I believe we can single weapon fighting with a rune arm, and then we get the offhand versatility benefit there, and so on and so
The
forth.
Lich leading the Red Wizard's expedition has hidden his phylactery in the ruins of
So
what
there's
was
that.
once the
We could
gem
also
of
go,
Zenith's
if we do want to
Now
say that we are less tank and more just like reasonably tanky DPS, we could go and be like, yeah, well, obviously we want Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer has all sorts of good stuff in it. It's got a ton of sneak dice, it's got infinite shielding, it's got, what else? I mean, those are the big ones, really. Getting like 7 sneak dice for 11 points is a pretty darn good rate.
A large stone pipe dominates this vertical shaft, drawing water from deep underground. The water
Oh, that was the wrong button, but that's okay. Should I face tank this? Probably not, but let's see how much it hurts. 200-ish.
back into the water with a massive splash.
Oh, this way. Okay. But yeah, we're reasonably durable at 110 and 66. Wait, how am I at 66? Why do I have raising my cap that much? Because I'm in robes right now. So I should
The
be
lever is
capped
pulled,
at
and several ancient
100,
mechanisms slowly
or
start to
capped at
move.
50 rather. Now 6 of that comes from here. That's 6 MRR cap. Where's the other 10 MRR cap coming from? Questions for later. I'm not going to dig through my whole build right now to find it.
With the second lever activated, the magical gate blocking off the northern passage slides open.
But what I should have done is probably swap to a different set. Like, if I were a different pack, this would be a decent opportunity to use... Actually, even for this pack, I think it might be decent if I went and grabbed my Flame Cleansed Fury set. Like, that would be pretty solid here. We get the medium armor. We get our light cloak. We get a good set of defensive bracers. You use Flame Cleansed Fury? Yeah. Like, especially if you went for Fiend Pact. It's great, because then you've got the fire there, too. But even if you don't... And this sheet... Oh, you got the, yeah, the Mithril one from the Orchard Turn-In. I believe I have one of those as well, but I need to, like, go and grab it. Banyan? Yes. Yes, I believe I have one. Not that I'll be wearing it on this character, because I've already committed to the single weapon fighting version, so we're not going to be wearing those shields.
The presence of water elementals.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure I have one. Enlightened Spirit Warlock has very few options for shields because of the spell failure issue. That said, you can get around a lot of the spell failure issue by using augments. because you only have to worry about your shield spell failure and not armor, unless of course you're wearing heavy armor, in which case that's a different problem. Yeah, you can just use an augment on a large, yeah.
Dragging on stone reverberates throughout the water.
Can you not use an augment in heroic?
Opens.
Or are they not big enough? I thought you could at least get a, I think it's 15 spell agility.
The spirit Naga uncoils itself from the throne above and begins slithering toward you. The creature hisses angrily. No.
You just did the Fanion? I thought Fanion still needed a little bit. Does Fanion actually cover all of your needs? I thought it just had like less spell failure, not no spell failure.
With a final sibilant cry, the spirit
If it's no spell failure, then that's nice, and I just am misremembering,
you
but...
find the phylactery nestled inside a delicate padded coffer.
Shocking
Now that you
long
have
sword of the
Lich's
fallen age.
phylactery, you can put a stop to the Red Wizard's
Hooray.
incursion. It's time to return to the elves' encampment to report your success. The dwarves built the house.
Fanion
of
is
Gems as a place where the
large,
city's
not
gem
tower,
cutters
right?
could raid, trade,
I'm pretty sure there's a couple mithril shields you can use, but not that many. I mean, I was sad when I was farming out for my hardcore character, who is a Blightcaster druid, and I really wanted to get the shield from here, which would let me get the legendary HP boost. And then I ran into a problem. Like, I'd spent a decent amount of time farming to get the shield, and after like ransacking on one character and almost ransacking on the second before I got it, I transferred it over to my hardcore character, all looking forward to being able to get a nice big boost to my HP, and I put it on, and you are breaking your druidic oath.
You enter the temple's main hall.
Because the shields here are made of steel, and therefore cannot be used by druids. So it was a sad time.
Beyond it lies sealed door with colored crystals surrounding. This note looks much more recent.
So that was a bit of an oopsie.
Perhaps it was written by the bard.
But, you know.
Your melody echoes through the empty.
Now I know better.
When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the house.
I don't know why they made the puzzles easier in this one than normal. Maybe it's something to do with the music theming. And the reason I say they're easier is that, well,
the nearby crystal
you only ever need to do 3. Normally, the first one is 3, then it's 4, then it's 5. But in here, they determined, no, we're just going to have all of them be 3. Which obviously makes it both easier and faster, but, you know, I'm not exactly sure why that was a thing. Okay. Taking sonic damage over time. Thank you. Oh, you know what I've forgotten to do this whole time? Where is that? Like, no motes have been spawning.
Your melody echoes through the empty.
And I just remembered because this is where the golden mote is. I mean, I've already done the golden mote on this character, so it doesn't do me any good to do it again. But I almost forgot because I'm so used to thinking of like only the winter motes. But no, I have a summer loot, so might as well do them.
Rubble blocks the doorway. You will have to find another way around.
Let's see. Where are we? Ah, yes. Oh. That was fast. For some reason I thought that if I put a loot on midway through the dungeon, it like wouldn't count. Takes a bit to kill him, but, you know, we're not too concerned because we are much, much tankier than we are on the hardcore character. Damage over time. Stupid damage over time. Like, I would like to open a door, please. No.
Your melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself.
Boing, boing.
The nearby crystal lights up. Your melody echoes through the empty halls.
Where? Ah, yes,
When
our
the
spells
notes
will off.
fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself.
Oh, it's one of the big ones. Alright, this way. Not set off traps that will hurt us. Alright, yep, that should do it.
The way to the inner temple is now open.
Excellent.
You must have pleased Ogma. At least a little. The door to the inner temple is now open. Beyond is a slender drow woman humming a tune.
Actually, wait, where do we get... We don't get our bonus, like, melee health until Capstone, right? Yeah. Competence bonus to max HP doesn't happen until 20. Whereas other melees get it in their T5s.
The other elves will never accept us until they truly understand us. I can write the story of my party and why we left the Underdark.
Let's not get hit by a ton of force damage.
The others will understand. The guardian of this temple is far too strong for me to challenge on my own. But you may yet succeed in your task. Go on, challenge me. I have no quarrel with you or your quest.
There we go.
Feel strange sensations as you enter the heart of Ogma's temple. The excitement of a new idea, the joy of hearing a good song. A sphinx stands up to the
Yes, I know they have freedom of movement, but it still does force damage to them.
Even your wit, says the sphinx. Yet are you capable of protecting the mythal from those who would bring it harm?
Y? I'm assuming the Y is yes to.
Prove yourself
You
to
don't get
me
health
in
until
battle.
much later on than most
Enough.
others.
The sphinx
Which is
shouts,
fine. We get
her
temp
voice
health for a long
booming throughout
time.
the chamber. Ogma and I are in agreement. You are worthy of the idol. She nods towards the back of the room.
Honestly, it would probably do me a lot of good to swap my cloak. Especially if I'm in Reaper, my current cloak doesn't really help me. Because I am wearing the one that's like, oh, when things heal you, or when they hit you, you heal for a little bit of undead healing. It's just like, it's not enough in R4.
Go. Return to the elves.
So I could probably swap that for the Radiance Cloak, the Hallowed Trail, I think it is.
If any of my party survive,
Like, that would be good.
what I mean to do. Perhaps once I am finished, we'll be
And that would free up my gloves slot, since my gloves are currently the fire and radiance. So if I put radiance and radiance lore here, then I could have a glove slot free for... What would I put there? Hammer Fist, maybe? Hammer Fist has double strike and deadly. Can't chat much, trying to do some quests to complete sagas for guild renown bonus. Hey, no problem. I never expect anyone to chat. It is certainly nice, and I do like having an active chat. But not everyone wants to chat. Or sometimes people are busy and have me on like the second monitor as background, which is chill. I often have streams on second monitor as background. So chatting, lurking, it's all good with me. I appreciate people just for being here. No, like, there's no need to apologize. It's like, it is nice. But it's also nice just to have people here. It comes in line with my general, like, streaming goals. Like, there are some people who go into streaming because they saw, we'll say, some big-end streamers, like celebrity types. And they're like, I want to do that. It's gonna be my career. It's what I want to do with my life in general. Oh, hi, Famine Reaper. You're not what I want to have in my life, actually. So if you could go away, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Could you? Yes, please. Thank you. Where were we? Oh, yes. So they see that, and those people are essentially the modern day, I'm gonna move to California and be an actor. It's one of those things that it is an entertainment industry, and it has all the things that go along with that, which is that most people are hobbyists. You have a few super high-end, super well-paid people. You've got a couple people, you know, who make a career out of it. Like, it pays the bills, but they're not super celebrities. And then you've got people who it's like a side gig, you know, people who they do some work in commercials or things of that nature, like bit parts, but they're not gonna actually get a full living off of it. So, like, there's full tiers of this different thing. And for me, it's like, I never went into it with the belief or expectation. Well, okay, there we go. Okay. I was body blocked a little bit. And now we've got a fear dot stacking, and I need to not be standing in acid for this. So where were we? Oh, yes. So I never went into it with the idea that I was going to make it a career or like be super successful, for whatever definition of successful that looks like. But what I would like, as far as streaming goals are concerned, I think are much smaller and more achievable. And I say achievable, but I'm not really there yet, mostly because I haven't put in the necessary work. This is one of those things that some people get very frustrated or spiteful or resentful, like that things aren't working out and other people are doing better and they're not and they don't know why and so on and so forth. And it's just like, no. I know why I am not being quote-unquote successful as far as like metrics go. It's because I'm not putting in the work. I'm not doing all the necessary things, like posting to a bunch of different forms of social media. I'm not usually like getting clips together from the stream to post other places. Like all the sorts of things that you need to do to, you know, attract attention. And attract the right kind of attention. Because obviously, you don't want literally everyone in the world watching your stream. That's not how these things work. Most people in the world won't be interested in the type of thing you're doing just by the nature of, well, you're probably doing something specific, and entertainment type things can be pretty specific. They're probably into something different than what you are doing. But as for what I am looking for, I would like to just have basically enough people around to have kind of a, I don't know, like community feel. Enough people to like occasionally have some chat messages going on, you know, just like basic like stuff to make it more interactive. And that said, that doesn't mean everyone has to talk, because again, that's an unrealistic expectation. That's just not how these things work. And that's not just how all people work. Like, some people just want to watch their entertainment, not participate in it. And, you know, there's a lot of people like that, and that's a totally chill way of doing things. So, I like to think that what I need to do is I need to work on just, you know, the basic foundational principles to try to get to that spot. Now, obviously, so I'll give you an example of one way that I am doing it wrong. Besides the one I already gave of like, oh, I'm not posting to a bunch of social media because, you know, maybe not everyone's going to do that and it's going to be rough anyway. But another big example is like what games I stream. I know based on my metrics, most people who have come to my stream came here because of DDO, because that is the game I have played the most, and it is what the people who tune into my stream most want to see. And this is like super obvious. Like, I don't need to go in and look at reports and metrics to see this. This is very, very clear. It's like, yeah, DDO streams, you know, generally we're gonna sit at, you know, 3 to 5 people. That's where we're gonna be. Anything else, 0 to 2. And that's just because, well, for a long time, I was doing almost all DDO, so the people who are following me, well, they're into DDO. Go figure. That's just how that works. So, when I started branching off more last year, and I started branching off mostly during the, I'll call it a 2-month period, where right after the 64-bit server transfer, there was the really, really bad lag, and I was just like, okay, this is unplayable. Once a week, I will tune back into DDO to see if it's gotten any better, but the rest of the time, I'm playing other stuff. So I started playing a bit more stuff. And then this year, I had this, like, my whole plan for the walkthrough of, like, 40 years history of gaming thing. And that is directly counter to the goal of, we'll say, growing the stream based on existing viewership. Because, as I said, most of you are here for DDO. Just full stop, end of story. And that's, well, normal, really. I've followed a variety of streamers that, like, I liked seeing them play game A, and if they're playing game B, well, I'm not particularly interested. So it's kind of interesting for me to be on both sides of the equation, as it were. It's just like, yeah, if I switch off to a different genre or a different type of thing, well, everyone disappears. That is normal and expected. But I'm gonna do it anyway because I think this is a fun idea, and I'm gonna do it because I think it's a fun idea. Now, this does mean that I need to put in more legwork to handle all that other stuff that I said I'm not doing well. I need to actually get on top of that if I want anyone to show up for any of the other stuff. You know, posting the shorts and the social medias and whatnot. I'm really not gonna, like, be over here, like, farming Twitter engagement, mostly because I don't even remember if I have an active Twitter. Like, I made a Twitter account at one point. If it still exists, that I don't know. I think I might die here. I probably shouldn't have spawned everything at once. Because I don't have stanch. Stanch. And spawning that many things basically guarantees that I was gonna get Reaper spawns. What is that, a famine? Famine can one-shot me here in a second. Serpentine! Serpentine! Alright, Reaper down! Boss down! Why no staunch? I am 1 point short.
Temples to the dead god.
As soon as I go back to town, I will have staunch.
Point or another. Similar scheme might succeed.
I chose Rapid Slash over staunch. Oh, sorry. I chose a packed dice over staunch. Which is probably a bad decision if I'm doing mid-Reaper, but, you know. The other way I could handle it is, of course, just not be dumb and activate all four at once when I'm in mid-Reaper solo. Like, that would be the right way to handle that. Like, either set up your build so you can handle it, or do things that your build is designed to handle. But we do some limit testing here and there. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, yes. So, I'm going to have a good time with doing the variety thing and getting a lot of nostalgia, hitting a lot of well-reviewed, award-winning games that I never played before. Like, it's going to be a good time for me. It's probably going to be a bad time for stream metrics and people and amount of people in chat and things of that nature, but we'll see how it works out. Who knows? Maybe it won't. Maybe I'll pick up a variety of people who get interested in these various niche games and they all come along for the ride. We'll see how it works out. I'm gonna have to... Well, I can't fully just be like, well, we'll see how it works out. I'm gonna need to actually put in a little bit of legwork. I do think your plan of doing classic games could have interest with a lot of people, but the problem is, how will those people find out? Yes, exactly. That is the trick. So, this is the worst kept secret in content creation. It's the thing that everyone knows, but actually succeeding in is difficult. There are two major things you need to do. You need to be/do something interesting. Like, you need to have the product, as it were. Which is are the things you're doing interesting, like / do they have an audience? That's step one. Step two is, what you just mentioned, how will that audience know that it exists? So, and you need both of these, because if you get the best advertising possible, like, YouTube puts you on the front page of everyone who opens YouTube that day. Just like infinite exposure. It's like, okay, well, if what you're doing is uninteresting and like no one cares, then all the exposure in the world is just going to be like, congratulations, everyone in the world thinks you're boring now. But on the flip side, if you do the best, most interesting thing ever, you have made the most compelling piece of art. Like, if you are doing things that are actually the best ever, and you never clicked the upload button and you just hide it in your closet, well, likewise, nothing's going to happen because no one knows about the cool thing you did. So you need both. And I am bad at both of those, actually. A lot of the things I do are not particularly interesting outside of very small niches. So that is a downside. DDO is an example of that. It's like, DDO is very niche. So while most of the people here are here for DDO, most people overall in the viewing public don't know DDO exists. So, and there's nothing wrong with being a niche streamer. 6 sagas and got your guild up to 178. Very nice. But yes, so being very niche means fewer possible people interested, but those who are interested might be very interested. And you can see this with people who've been doing a lot of DDO content for a long time. Mostly I'm thinking, you know, Voodoo, Strimtom, and Axel. People who've got, like, such a long history of, like, hundreds of YouTube videos and community events, and they've put in a lot of work. And so they have garnered an audience, as expected. I have not put in that work for that length of time. I have neither put in that amount of work, nor put it in over that large a length of time. So I don't, which is fine. As I mentioned, there are some people who get, like, salty at other people's success and like, why are they better than me? I can do a better job than they can. It's like, I mean, even assuming that's true, let's give full benefit of the doubt. It's like, it's like, okay, you're better. Okay, do people know that? And can you overcome other momentum for that? It's like, there's a lot of work to be done. But yes, as I said, I don't get that sort of, I guess jealousy would be the right word? Envy? I always mix up, like, which is which. It's like sympathy versus empathy and jealousy versus envy. Like, one is being afraid you'll lose something, and the other is wanting what someone else has. But yeah, in case, like, in case of Voodoo, it took years before he got a decent following. He had done YouTube videos for years and lots of community building events. But yeah, there's no, like envious is, I believe this is correct, and I might be wrong, but I believe envious is, like, someone else has something and you want that thing because you don't have it. Jealousy is, like, you have the thing and you're, like, scared that they're going to take the thing. It's like, you're just jealous or, like, something. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've looked at these things. But in any case, if I were to feel that way, what it would end up being is just like, if I look at the amount of work I've put in, it's like, I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. It's like, there's only so much you can. I'm not going to blame other people for my lack of growth when I haven't put in the work to grow. Now, the other trick is, particularly for DDO content, is as time goes on, DDO gets more niche. So even if I did, say, the exact same thing that those established creators did, and I started today, it would not have the same effect.
Has caught up to us just in time to feed my little.
Yeah, I did try to do that that speedrun event. Now, obviously, could it have been bigger? Yes, obviously. we could have had more participation and things of that nature. However, I'm still kind of glad with how it turned out. Not because of, like, I think it got me any stream followers. I don't think it got me any, quite frankly. But I found it really cool how I was able to see people beat the Crucible in 8 minutes with completely under-geared characters.
The light goes out of the Drow leader's eyes.
Like, I thought that was cool, which was part of the goal, was like, part of it is just like a community like building thing because I thought it was a cool idea. And part of it was definitely, I want to see what happens. Lots of people in the game love to run quests fast. Well, yes, that's true. But the trick is, or at least the trick in this case is, so many quests are essentially a long hallway. Like, even quests that aren't a long hallway have very well-known optimal routes that turn them into a long hallway once you don't take any wrong turns. So, speedrunning those is essentially based on move speed and your ability to not get tagged by Dungeon Alert. Which is why I chose Crucible, because I liked the build challenges that it presented as well. Haha, we have Staunch now. The question is, where do we go next? We can either go deeper into Vistani Night Fighter, or we can come over here and try to get Feeding Frenzy. Like, you have to run from one specific point to another in the wilderness and time it. I feel like that might be too fast, if that makes sense. Like, just from a measuring perspective. Like, if the optimal time is 20 seconds, then it's going to be harder to differentiate between people, like, alright, who got it in 21.3 and who got it in 21.1. Like, which is another reason why I chose Crucible, because I figured it takes long enough that people can really set themselves apart, and we don't have to, like, try to measure frame perfect differences to break ties. So, let's see. What could be adjusted? Like the fastest run to hit every rare in Myth Draenor? That's interesting. I don't know if that one is... I see what you're getting at. I'm not sure it draws my attention the same way the Crucible did, because... Alright, and this goes back to one of the reasons why I like DDO. Specifically, is I like the flexibility and like the weirdness of the build system. And one reason that's one reason why I went with the Crucible thing the way I did, is because I thought it would be not just an execution challenge, like who can like, once you're in front of the keyboard, who can actually physically run there the fastest, but who can come up with the build that can get past all the various things that Crucible demands that you do, while also going fast. And I think the build challenge was a big part of why I was interested in doing it. So that style of, I'll call it a foot race, is less interesting to me. You know, all the fastest players use similar builds or different. I believe that there would have been a meta settled on eventually if it had kept going for longer. But, do I still have this open? No, I don't still have it open. I would need to check. I know Monk was popular, but I also know there was a Blightcaster that was there. Basically, you needed move speed, you needed a leap. Like, those were the two things you needed. So, but I know that of like the 6 different entries, I think only 2 had the same build, or maybe 3. So, but granted, it depends on what you mean by didn't all of the fastest ones have the same build. And, you know, the funny thing is that each build for the first big chunk of time came in almost exactly 1 minute faster than the previous. So it's like the first entry was like 14 minutes, and then 13, and then 12, and then 11. So, yeah, but Monk was very popular because they get a leap and because they get default move speed. But I know there was also a Deep Gnome, there was also a Blightcaster. See, now I've got to look it up.
And here those apprentices
If I'm
died
forgetting it, I don't
during
want
the
to forget it.
titanic battle in which Mithranor fell.
Where is it? Okay, so let's see. First place, 12 Monk, 3 Sacred Fist. Second place, 9 seconds behind that. 12 Dragon Disciple, 1 Wizard, 2... Oh crap, what is DR? Dark Hunter, maybe? Then let's see. 12 Monk, 2 Blightcaster, 1 Wizard, 12 Monk, 3 Sacred Fist, and then 14 Blightcaster, 1 Monk. So, yeah. Monk was incredibly popular. Various different splits, different brands of Monk. You got some Sacred Fist in there, you got some Dragon Disciple in there. But yes, Monk was the most popular by far. VR Dragon Lord? Maybe. Let's see, that was Ashelia's build. Let me go look at their submission. That was on page 3. DR, Druid. Yeah. 12 Dragon Disciple, 2 Druid, 1 Wizard. I don't know why they picked Druid. Oh, right, I should probably put my buffs up. It helps to get magic missile immunity before fighting these kinds of casters.
Time to find out why the Thayans have come to Mithranor. Carrion
Oh, I walked too far forward. We're gonna wait a second for our Shining Through to come off cooldown. Because the stupid Reaper beat the crap out of us. We got a Plague Reaper, and what is that over there? Fear? Yeah, it looks like Fear because it's just standing there menacingly. Oh wait, we actually need to interact with this one, right? Yes. Because we need to actually advance the quest objective.
The necromantic power of everyone who has ever died in Mithranor. A grim
Okay.
plan indeed.
So yeah, it did end up with a lot of Monk. A lot of Monk. Not to change subject, but I would join an R10 chill group, except I didn't do body snatchers yet. What does DDO do that? It's so frustrating. Yeah. Is that one a hard lockout, or is it more similar to Isle of Dread, where you can bypass it? Because it actually took me a bit before I learned that you can actually bypass the Isle of Dread pre-quest, even without a teleporter. Hard lockout? Boo. Get over here. Okay. Hooray! More moat progress. We're not very far along. We put all of our time into the winter loot, not the summer loot. It degrades the value of the teleport clicky too. Wait, you can't even use the teleport clicky if you haven't done it? Wow, that's... Ooh. That's certainly a decision. Not a good decision, but a decision. It's like, why would you give a teleport clicky that doesn't work? Like, one of the main benefits of having a teleport clicky is that you don't have to do the prior quest. So I basically need non-force damage to crit, and force damage to not crit. Stupid helmed horrors. Oh, it just brings you to House J? Oh, interesting. See, a lot of expansions I didn't get the full, like, quickie level thing, so I don't have a lot of the quickies. So I was unaware that this is a common way for them to work. Well, I guess at this point, if it's like their standard way of doing things, then it's at least somewhat expected when you get it, but it's still kind of weird. Barrel of Dread Quickie brings you into the city. Presumably by city you mean the Isle of Dread city, right?
And haven't noticed your presence.
This artifact is...
Which makes sense, because the Isle of Dread, you don't need to do the pre-quest. And Saltmarsh doesn't have a pre-quest. Also, I know I've mentioned this a couple times, but I never specified what I meant by it.
With that,
When I say you don't need to do the pre-quest for Isle of Dread, like, even if you don't have the quickie, what happens is you can enter the quest, and then instead of running the quest, because you know how you start out on the beach before you do the flashback? If instead of doing the flashback, you just walk to the exit on the beach, you go straight to the IOD Wilderness. Like, you don't get quest credit, of course, and you get the pop-up warning that's like, you're leaving the quest before it's completed. You will not get progress. And it's just like, yeah, I know. But it does bring you to the Isle of Dread. So... Oh, phone AFK? That's fine. I can talk to everyone else. Or, well, if everyone else is lurking and choosing not to talk, I can talk at everyone else. Oh, wow. That is a champion draining mouth. Much like, of course, your mom's. And... Alright, I have Staunch now. And it's a good thing, too, because he hit me with a big spell immediately. Oh, and I forget he resurrects these guys. Where were we? Oh, yes. Hi. Yay, we bit someone. We healed for like 100. The scales off of melee power, and we don't have much melee power. I mean, I guess we got some melee power, but not a whole lot. I just need to remember to keep using it every time it comes off cooldown to get ourselves healed back up. Because oh, that's one thing I didn't do. I did not re-grab like heal and res scrolls out of the bank. See, it's always something I forget on reincarnation. Oh. An ad has started, so we shall AFK. We're gonna refill our drink and take better care of ourselves. I will see everyone in 3-ish minutes. And we have returned. I didn't get to do a sign off before ads because I didn't notice them until too late. But rest assured, we took our health break where we got to just chill so that no one misses anything while the ads run. And you might say it's like, well, if you're going to do that, well, why run ads at all? And the answer is that Twitch heavily incentivizes running a minimum of 3 minutes of ads per hour. Now, I've heard at least one streamer say Twitch requires you to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. This is false. They are lying to you, or they just don't understand what's going on. What's actually happening is 3 minutes is what you need in order to avoid pre-rolls. So what is a pre-roll, you might ask? Well, a pre-roll is like when you click on a stream and before you can even do anything, you get an ad. That's a pre-roll. And they are awful. Because, someone clicks on your stream and then, like, even before they know what the stream is about or anything, they have to sit through an ad. And a lot of people will be filtered by this, because obviously, like, they just kind of clicked on your stream on a whim. They're not going to sit through an ad. So Twitch, that is the stick. The carrot is, if you run at least 3 minutes of ads per hour, we will turn off pre-rolls. So that is the carrot and the stick going on, which is why I run 3 minutes of ads per hour. However, I, of course, as I mentioned, we like to take this as a chance for everyone to, you know, take a break, go to the bathroom and all that. So so nobody misses anything. I have seen streamers in the past who I believe, and I believe this is true, I can't prove it, because they were playing a heavy story-driven game, and like when they got to like a major plot point, like it always seemed like an ad would pop up. I am pretty confident that at least this one person was doing this deliberately, so to try to convert sub numbers.
This was a fabled
And
school of wizardry.
I really kind of stopped watching that person after I suspected that, because I think that is awful.
Here those apprentices died.
So, we're trying to do the opposite. The platform runs on ads, so there are going to be ads. But we are going to try to optimize the viewing experience as best we can within the platform and environment that we are in. In this case, it means that whenever possible, we pause the game during ads. Now, this is not always possible. For example, if I weren't soloing, like if I were in a party, I'm not going to ask a party of random other players in game to just kind of stop doing things because my stream has ads on it. That is just not going to happen. So in those cases, we don't pause the game, but whenever we can, like if we're soloing or things of that nature, we like to do things that way because I think it's better for you and it's better for me. It gives me an opportunity to also, you know, take a break, refill my drink, and all that good stuff. So I think it's better for everyone. Twitch gets their, you know, pound of flesh that they want. We all get to take a break to hydrate and maybe just give our eyes a break from staring at screens for a second.
Dragon's librarian has
And,
entry into the library proper.
And it all works out. Hopefully. It helps if I put my temp health up, eh? Alright, well, we did take some damage through our temp health, but not too much. It's not on a cooldown yet, though. So we're gonna actually... We need to remember to use our tentacles more. Go. Because crowd control is kind of like healing. Although, actually, it's not like healing, it's basically that thing I was talking about earlier in stream where, like, the whole point is optimizing the balance between damage taken, or between damage taken and the cooldown on the temp health buttons. So anything that slows down damage taken and gets us closer to those breakpoints is good. It's like, I don't need to crowd control them a lot, I just need to crowd control them enough that Shining Through comes off cooldown. And enough that I can kill this Plague Reaper. Hooray! Plague Reaper down. He did eat through all of my temp health, but, you know, that's something that they do sometimes. What is stunning you?
More creatures defeated. More
Very
flames
odd. I don't
dissipated.
think I'm running
You
any
can now
stuns.
access the upper library, but a particularly large Afriti patrols the room, spreading flame as you go.
Okay. Hello, motive music.
You've quenched all opposition in the upper library, but the Afriti escaped through the portal. Chase him
Grazing
down
hits
to
on
guarantee
4,
he
yeah.
can't bring any more of his minions back to the library.
Just one shady red cap? Well, the Shadow Beast has, like... in a way, he's the weakest. But for me, who doesn't have true seeing, he is kind of annoying. Fortunately, a large chunk of our damage isn't from hitting things. Come on, let me go through. Thank you. Alright. Here we go. Take out the Fire Elemental. Then we head this way. I don't want to pull extra packs. Huh. You know, I don't usually go around this side. I don't think I've ever seen this grave before. Is there any, like, note for who this might be? It is nice of them to, I guess, have made their own grave by sticking their sword into the fire. So, if no one else will remember you, make sure that you remember you.
Fiery minions. Put an end to him once and for all.
But here we go. Goggles of the Archer. Double shot, marksmanship, insightful armor piercing, sight beyond sight. Pretty handy at level 13. I need to double check how to get the wings on this character. I think it should just be Hut from Beyond.
Something else captures your attention. A large
But,
shining dragon who watches
yeah.
the blaze with gloom.
I'm fairly confident that this is a get once and then you can just grab them on any character you want. And now we have a long ride to the next quest. So we have 2 points. I think I really want to get up to here in Vistani Knife Fighter because I do want quick draw, as we are mixing attacks and spells, because these are spells and that's an attack. So dropping the cooldown between those two things would be highly beneficial to us. And of course, deflect arrows is always nice for defenses. And we can grab some other stuff here, like we can grab Mist Stalker. Actually, wait, we don't want Mist Stalker. We don't want negative energy absorption because we're in undead form. Negative energy absorption is actually harmful to us. So if anyone didn't know that, so getting negative energy absorption when you are undead reduces the amount of healing you get from negative energy spells. So it's like, well, if you're alive, it helps keep you from taking damage. If you're dead, it stops you from getting those heals. So that's unfortunate.
Somewhere inside this dank mausoleum lies the grave of one of the wizards who created the key to the Mythal. It's time for a chat.
In which case,
You can find him.
huh? Where did I even put my points in Vistani?
Wasn't napping at all. Don't worry, we'll get them all into the ground, sure enough.
So we don't
Hold
put
on,
points
what's this?
here.
No,
So I guess we
was
just
quite clear. I
go
would work
Undead
them to
Hunter,
my death and not 1 second longer.
and
Once I
then
put that spade down, I
acrobatic.
crawled into
So
the
that's
bed, that
1,
was
2, 3, 4,
Off
5,
with you.
6,
Let me get back to mouldering away peacefully. Oh, that wizard's around here
7, 8,
somewhere.
9.
No doubt you'll find him. It's not likely he's run off. Little graveyard.
Probably not
human
take
egg,
bleeding
get out
cuts.
for free.
The groundskeeper isn't happy
We might
to
take
be
Vistani knife
disturbed.
training,
She has
but
no idea
quick
where this
reflexes
wizard
next.
you're looking for might be, but guesses that the assistants buried nearby might have an idea where to look.
so, yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in Vistani. Now, we do need to be even more on top of our temp health stuff in this quest, because it's all undead.
4 plaques beside the
And
stone
all
shows
undead
the
means
location, name,
we don't get to
career,
heal.
And death date of these 4 wizards. Time, however, has caused them all to be They have lost a sense of who they were. Something feels wrong. It seems that you've placed something incorrectly. The dead are none too pleased.
So the archer, come over here to get the wizard. Okay.
You look over the epitaph on this sarcophagus. The information doesn't seem to match the wizard you were looking for. On to the next one. You found the body of the wizard who helped make the key to the missile. Now, to learn its secrets.
Let's see. Shining Through isn't quite off cooldown yet, but it'll be close enough.
You catch a glimpse of the word missile on this sarcophagus. This must be the correct wizard.
Okay. You go down. Now we can refresh Shining Through.
The wizard tells you about a hidden cache where you will find everything you need. But he was maddeningly vague about its location. You're about to give up in frustration when you spot something
Okay, we're
unusual
following the bear.
indeed. It's
By
the
which I mean
bear
we're
you
running
saw
to where we know the bear
earlier
will
in
go.
Ildranath's tower. What is it doing here? Just as you are about to speak, the bear walks off down the corridor. It looks back at you over its shoulder, as if inviting you to follow.
Ooh. Do we do the purple moat in R4? I'm gonna say yes. Why? Because we're making bad decisions. Okay, refresh our buffs just in case.
Do not think you can take what is mine, small one.
Okay. Yeah, that was... Yeah, so that was a purple moat of all time. I'll take it, though. Guess they don't always have to be hard. Now watch me get absolutely bodied by the draining mouths in here.
You see a figure in red, hard at work searching through the web. She turns and
Ooh. That 400 damage Cyclonic Blast, though. That was a nasty one.
The Red Wizard falls, leaving the dead he commanded to finally rest in peace.
Alright. The thing is, I don't want to shrine. Oh, welcome back. The thing is, I don't want to shrine because I'll lose my depravity stacks. So we're just gonna go forward with not that much health. It's fine. We're fine. We definitely won't take another shot for like 400 damage
There
from
has
a
led you to
Cyclonic
hidden
Blast.
passageway. Squeezing through, you notice a glint in the wall in front of you. And notice that someone has gotten here before you.
Oh, you've been heavily farming this one for Crown Blade armor? Alright, a little bit of healing. Draining mouths, go away.
The Red Wizard falls at last.
Give up and just craft a heavy armor from
Squeezes
Chill.
into the hidden passage and walks
And I guess
toward
that
where you
works.
saw the glint earlier.
I haven't looked at how the loot from Chill works very much. Besides that, it's a lot of
Examining
crafting.
carefully, you find one of the bricks is loose. You tug on it, revealing the cache the wizard mentioned. Inside are
Classes
three
of the
items:
Meditative
a
Mind.
scroll, a ring,
Reinforced Fists,
and a
Improved
note.
Deception,
The note
Enhanced
seems to
Key,
assume
and
that the
Ghostly.
temple to Legolas Enerath
So very much
must
a
be
monk
where you
item.
need to go
Understood.
next.
It's very similar to IOD, except more slots you can craft. Yeah. So the thing is that there's, from what I understand, there's a lot you can do with the gear from here. It's very flexible because you've got the augment slots, it's got some good pieces, and so on and so forth. My problem is twofold. One, that requires like re-tetrising a bunch of stuff, and I'm just not always here for it. And two, I don't have that many augments because I haven't run the stuff that many times. So it's just like, yeah, I could fit this in, or I could just use a Sharn set. More flexibility, but more grinding. Yeah. Like, or I could use a Sharn set. Like, well, I guess you can get it earlier at level 13, but like, okay. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're just gonna wear our Feywild gear until we get our Sharn set. And then at 20, we can go to crafted gear, and 21, we add in the Keep on the Borderlands
Resting place
items.
of Mithranna's elusive god of time. Here, you should be able to uncover the secret of the key to the Mythal. You see a plaque.
I mean, at
against
least
the
it's
wall.
not
Reading
to the
it
same
will be
level
first
as
step on
the
your
Vecna
journey.
gear.
You pick up the box of artifacts.
Like, the Vecna
certain
heroic
that
gear
you
is
will
just
need them
like,
later in your journey.
why
The
would I
box
keep an
states
extra
that
gear
to
set at
receive
this
the
level?
blessing of the time
Sharn
god,
is
you
more
must
than strong
stand before
enough,
the altar and pray for assistance.
and it's like,
You feel a rush of power as you pray at the
why
altar.
would I swap out gear at,
Fisher
what is
falls
the
in
level
the
requirement of
through
Vecna
which
gear?
you catch a
18?
glimpse of something that should not be possible.
Like,
An intact
don't
city.
even keep heroic Vecna gear? Yeah, I don't even know if I have it.
Stepping through the time rift, you find yourself in a pristine version of the temple centuries ago, before the city fell.
Like the Discorporation
Now that you
gloves.
are in the past,
Interesting.
you should be able to learn more from the mages themselves. Your destination
I'm not sure I
is
know
the
which
Mythal
gloves you're
City,
talking about, but I will
located
trust you
across
that they have a
the
special effect on them.
This is the city in its original state. grand and serene, without danger or decay. Your destination is straight ahead. The Mythal Consortium. You
I feel like I always go the wrong way
People
here.
gather in circles, talking in the lavishly decorated foyer. Someone might have the information you seek.
Have I once again gone the wrong way, or
This
did we make it
person wasn't
the
able
right
to
way
help
this
with your
time?
search. However, just
Excuse
as
you.
finished speaking, a rift appeared. After stepping through the rift, you find yourself back in the present.
The Carnage Reaper jumping on me the instant the displacement wears off is kind of rough. Dark Six-Finger Gloves are great.
You see the remains of what must have been stairs up to the upper level of the Consortium. You'll need to find another way upstairs.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I whitelisted this too. Oh, nice. But how fast can you actually click them? Because if you're not actively wearing them already, then you have to, like, double it. Because first you have to put them on, then you have to click them. Or are you saying that you do actually keep them for a gear swap at 18 because they are that valuable? Also, that's a lot of damage. And I don't even have stance yet.
You hear a grinding of stones in the distance.
You do wear them at 18. Aha, yes. At first I was surprised that that even had the that the link even went through. And then was like, oh wait, I forgot that I whitelisted that.
The Mythal Consortium are involved in some sort of secret ritual today. That must be the reason why you were told you should seek them out in their tower.
There's like two things on the link's whitelist. One is clips of my own channel. And the other one is the DVO wiki.
A secret passage has opened up in this chamber.
Another purple mote. As a tank, you do swap them out when the party is wiped except me. And then run around with a clicky until people can be rezzed. Oh, nice. Oh, so they don't have a cooldown on them then. Like, you can just keep spamming them as long as it had, what, 6 charges on it? That's a pretty good duration.
I'd like you to meet a new friend of mine. Perhaps you know each other.
Nice. Very handy. Okay, there's a hag now. And not like internet hag, which is, you know, a woman who's like 30-ish and is trying to reclaim the term. But like the bad kind. But yes, I can see that being incredibly helpful against Doom Reapers. Let's see. This is where we came in? No, that's where we came in. This is the next place to go. That's not the optional. Aha. I was almost fooled. I think maybe you think they made the stuff for them rare? Oh, so you think they kind of like stealth nerf it? It's like, oh, these are too good, we need to lower the drop rate? I don't know. That seems... I don't feel like they've been that secretive about nerfing things. Like, I've seen a lot of cases where, like, when they want to nerf something, they just nerfed the thing. I dislike that I come in and it's just like, it's a champion and you can't insta-kill it. Good game. Take a bunch of damage. Fortunately, this quest heals you for a lot. They are secretive about loot. Are they? I thought they were very clear about... But maybe not like the exact drop rates, but the general mechanics of like how the rare loot drops. Like I remember them being very specific about this, especially with, well, post Myth Draenor, because there were so many problems with how rare the Myth Draenor rare drops were. I seem to remember them being very direct about how loot has worked since then. I forget which thing I was reading, like which expansion thing it was. Like, I think it might have been... not Mist. What is the short form for the new one? Chill? Yeah, I think that for Chill, they were like, okay, so it operates on the same basic standard as this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth. Chill or Lemordia, yeah. Can you tell I've only run it once? It's like, I ran it once solo to just kind of, like, see the quests without the pressure of having to have people, like, know where everything is.
Enter an empty underground chamber. The sound of your breaths echoes across the high walls.
Oh, there it is. You really like Chill? Interesting.
You pull the lever, setting the blue crystal
I didn't
alight.
really... Nothing about it, like, super spoke to me. Like, I think the thing I remember most about it was a bugged voice line in one of the ones in the mines. Where it was talking about someone's undead form, maybe? Like, there was a very clear, like, that is not at all what's happening here, and I'm getting the voice line, like, every time I get close to a lever. The hulking creature falls? Yeah, I think that's it. That sounds familiar. But the hulking creature is basically like Loki. He's been falling for 30 minutes. The speaking device is now safe to use. That's good information. I should use the speaking device now that it is safe to use. But I did like the whole bit about the, what was the title? The mayor? The governor? The head government person being like brain in a jar.
This door is marked with a sign that says, "To the courtyard."
Oh, that's right. I pulled the blue lever.
But an iron key should open it.
You ran Lamb so much.
This locked door is marked by a
You
dim
remember it?
blue crystal. This door needs to be unlocked.
I mean,
with a
if I had
silver
run it
key.
within the last, we'll say,
You
month,
unlock
I would
the
probably remember it too.
In your presence,
It's just that I've only
there
run
is
through
nothing in
it
this room
once,
but a
and it
jumble of
was
bricks.
not super
But
recently.
here, in the past,
Because
you find
I
an
haven't been on
untapped stairwell
Poking
leading
Lemordia.
to the upper floor.
I've been on the hardcore character.
2 guards stand in front of this door. There are 3 other locked
we're now
doors in this
upstairs.
hallway. One is marked
Upstairs
with a yellow
things.
crystal, another is marked by a green one.
But I liked the progression of Brain in a Jar guy. It's just like, I will use these special bodies, and then it's just like, he meets the standard end of people who like seek extra powers. Just like, well, you had the mad scientists craft you a new body, and eventually the mad scientists are just going to use you as raw materials. Because that's how that story goes. Can't remember, am I on Shadowdale? No, we are on Thrain. Thrain is where we are. We were on Kenneth, and now we are on Thrain. Where's the... oh, there it is. I was looking for the key, but the key isn't there. Which side? This side. Okay. So, yes. We are on Thrain. It's been a good time. I will say that because I'm mostly playing on stream, I'm not enjoying what I believe to be the biggest benefit of the 64-bit changes, which is that when I'm not soloing for the purposes of stream, it's super easy to find groups. Like, the game feels a lot more alive and active post-merge, just because, well, there are fewer servers than there used to be, and therefore,
Tiles sprawls over the floor in
people
this
are all
room.
together now. Well, not all together, obviously, but you know what I mean. That goes that way. This goes this way.
The last rune lights up,
Excellent.
and you hear a click. It must be the lever on the back wall.
Also, I didn't see you earlier, Sojak. Welcome.
You pull the lever, and the yellow crystal lights up.
Took fall damage. It is kind of funny taking those, like, small amounts of fall damage. Just like, how much health do you have? 1100. How much fall damage did you take? 3. Alright, so we pulled a lever, which opens yellow door. Yellow door is open now. Okay. Read the note, because for some reason the door in here doesn't spawn until you read the note. Stupid mobs. I love mobs that are level 15 who cast Acid Well on me. It's my favorite thing.
You find some shield guardians guarding a lever against the wall. They lunge forward as you approach.
Basically, I need to remember that I am not like a caster, which means I don't have a lot of competition for my spell points. So I can just spam tentacles every time it's off cooldown.
You pull the lever marked with a green crystal,
Alright,
unlocking another
that is
door in the
green
hallway.
lever. So when we get back to the main hub, we just look for the one with the green crystal over it. Because I used to get turned around in this quest, and it got a little easier once I figured out what to look for, and the general pattern, as it were. So now that we're back at this hub, we look for the green crystal. There it is. I love air elementals. I love unblockable things that I get thrown around with. Now, there is a filigree that gives you immunity to air elemental knockback, I think, but not knockdown. Or maybe it's the other way around. Like, you're immune to the knockdown, but not the knockback. What was that weird slithery move? I don't know if I've seen that movement type from them before. Alright, we come in here. There are immediately shield guardians. And as I mentioned, we need to cast tentacles immediately. It needs to be all tentacles all the time. Gold
You
key.
pick up a gold key from atop the cabinet.
Now we can go backwards. Not that backwards. The other backwards. The one that takes us to a portal. Okay. We go back to here. This is locked with a gold key.
This door
But we have
requires
gold
a
key.
gold key. You unlock the door with a gold key.
Go through here. There's an
Returning to the
iron
past,
key.
You find yourself
Iron
in a
key is what we
well-decorated
needed.
bedchamber. You spot a small shining object in the shadows.
Ugh, the temptation to... Oh, wait, no. We need to be on the fixed side, not the ruined side. And then... Iron door is labeled on the map. So we just need to follow this. Follow our nose, and by nose I mean the node on the map.
You hear a soft click
And there we
as
go.
the key fits into the lock. The way to the courtyard has been opened. You emerge into the fresh air
Oh
of
look,
a manicured
distraction.
courtyard.
Oh look, another distraction.
two
We're going to ignore
buildings on
both of
either
those
side.
distractions
But what stands
and head
out
straight
to
this
you
way.
is the tower directly ahead. The guard tells you that this tower is off limits to all but those who have been invited. Flashing the High Mage's ring is enough proof to show that you're welcome inside. Inside the tower, you enter a sparsely decorated stairwell.
Okay.
3 mages stand before a
Talk to you.
ritual circle. 2
And
turn
you.
to confront you,
And you.
but the third holds up her hand.
And you.
Have peace, Lord Engluth.
And then you
Lady
again.
Eghorn.
Alright.
I sense no
You will know when you've
malevolence
talked to
from
them enough,
Tell me.
when all of these
why
things catch
have
on
you
fire.
come here?
Lady Eghorn
If these things aren't on fire yet, you're not waiting for an animation,
I'll
you are
accept
waiting for
your
yourself to do
presence
something.
here. But should you get in our way, I will not hesitate to force you out of here myself. Lord Engluth nods his head, fidgeting. The only way you could have that ring is if I gave it to you myself. There is no other explanation. Very well. I shall believe your theory. The Stringy turns her attention to the other mages.
Fellow casters, we have heard their tale. What do you say? Should we let
Alright, there
them
we go.
stay?
Gate spawns.
The other
We
mages
go through the
nod.
gate.
She turns to you.
We have urgent work to do. We must create the key and seal his power. Speak to me about what is to come.
Talk to
To
them.
think that an adventurer from a ruined future would find their way to us centuries before everything fell apart. If what you say is true, the fate of our city hangs in the balance.
Alright.
We
We
owe
put
it
our
a
buffs up
chance
and we
at a
got
new
0
life.
use out of
The
them
mages
because
begin chanting in
we had to wait for them to
ancient
talk a
Elvish.
bit.
The Stringy shouts,
Under the legacy of Mythanthor, we forge the key to the mythal. Let us weave his soul into the mythal's core.
with the ritual complete, Sir Ildranath can now control the mythal, sacrificing his freedom to keep the power safe through the years. He will rest
Okay.
in stasis in Ildranath's tomb until the time
Now we're good to
comes
go.
when the city needs his help. You have returned to the present. To your surprise, the Stringy is waiting for you. She beckons you over.
Hi.
Here we are. Despite the sea, spent wandering this city, I know.
I hate using daggers on something that does constant knockback.
We must complete the reversal ritual now before the red wizards swallow this city whole.
The door swings open, and in walks Ildranath in bed. He must have followed you through the ruins of the Mythal Consortium. Lord Drandal's
The good news is,
Elvish.
he's not really hurting me either.
Key to the
Rift in
mythal,
time.
return to us once more.
You and the Srinshi complete the reversal ritual, and Sir Ildranath returns to his human form. Now that Sir Ildranath has returned to his original form, he can use his power to help defeat the Red Wizards. Soon they will be driven from the city. A large and quite unusual dragon dozes in the center of the ruined courtyard. It moves to defend its resting place the instant it senses your presence.
What did I miss?
The dragon lets out an
Or am I just
ear-splitting
waiting
roar
for
as it
this to
meets
finish
its
talking?
demise. You see that a time rift has opened behind it. A dimension door has appeared in the courtyard. You return to the temple. Having completed your mission, you can go back to the present and onward to your goal of defeating the Red Wizards. You step into the rift and return to the ruined present. Yet, a feeling of peace still radiates in the space, as if Labalus Enerath himself is
Did I miss
congratulating
a
you on a job
trigger?
well
Like, did I go
done.
through things too quickly?
After your adventure in the past, you have finally obtained the knowledge you sought. You have found the key to the Mythal and gained his cooperation in the struggle to come. Time to prepare for your final confrontation with Droic Orgel and his army of Red Wizards.
Excuse me. Game? I got loot. Well, I didn't get any loot, but I was able to loot the chest, but... Did I miss a dialogue thing? Well, this is no good. So, anyone run into this before? Oh wait, I need to be on the other side. We go this way. We go this way. We go back to this side of things. Talk to you. Talk to you. We go this way. We came through here. Here. Not there. Here. Okay. So we come in here. Maybe there's a dialogue option I missed? Like, did I not talk to Sir Eldranath? What did I miss? Or is it just bugged? Like I went through dialogue options too fast or something. We came out here, we fought the dragon, we go through the rift. The rift brings us back here, we get our convention door. And I guess it's just bugged. Unfortunate. So we lose like 40,000 XP-ish from our like 20-something minute run. It would have been probably 15 to 20-ish if it hadn't bugged on us. Alright. We're going to try that again, just in case. We're going to make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's.
The strange note you found in the burial glen has led you here, to the Temple of Labalus Enereth, resting place of Mithranna's elusive
Alright,
god
read
of
the
time.
plaque.
Here, you should be able to uncover the secret of the key to the mythal. You see a plaque against the wall.
Close that.
Reading it will be the first step
Kneel
on
at
your
the
journey.
altar.
The plaque states
Step
that to
through the
receive
rift.
the blessing of the time god, you
Leave
must
the temple.
stand before the altar and pray for assistance.
Alright,
Pick up the box
let's
of
try this
artifacts,
again.
certain that you will need them later in your journey. You feel a rush of power as you pray at the altar. A fissure forms in the air before you, through which you catch a glimpse of something that should not be possible.
It couldn't have been one of the fast quests that bugged.
Untouched
No,
by
it had to be the one that takes like 15 to
Stepping
20
through
minutes.
The time rift, you find yourself in a pristine version of the temple centuries ago, before the city fell. Now that you are in the past, you should be able to learn more from the mages themselves. Your destination is the Mythal Consortium, located across the street.
Alright.
This is the city in its original
I'm gonna
state.
just talk to a bunch of
Grand
random
and
people too, just in case I missed someone that I needed to
Danger
talk to.
or decay,
But I thought that all the someones I needed to talk to
the
were
Mythal
like this guy.
Consortium. You enter the Mythal Consortium.
When you
People
talk to them,
gather
the
in
rift
circles,
opens.
Talking in the lavishly decorated foyer. Someone might have the information you seek. This person wasn't able to help with your search. However, just as you finished talking,
Okay, so we
a
pull the
rift
lever.
appeared. After stepping through the rift, you find yourself back in the present. The consortium has fallen into a state of decay.
Here we go.
Crumbling walls and echoing halls surround you.
We
You
don't
see
go
the
anything in
remains of what
here,
must have been
but we go through this
stairs up to the
door.
upper level of the consortium. You'll need to find another way upstairs.
Oh, wait. We have more carrion crawlers. Wait, where did the... I could have sworn there was a ghoul-like mage behind me. Maybe they got caught in the blasts. Or
You
bursts,
hear a
I guess?
grinding of stones in the distance.
Alright. We talk to them. We talk to you. Alright, so yeah, see that? That's where the...
The high mages who lead the
That's where the investigate the secret things come from. You talk to them, and then they open doors, and then they open rifts. This is how it's supposed to work. And you know it's working because they open the way forward. That's how you don't get to the end of the quest and have it bug. Because when you get to the end of the quest,
has opened up in this chamber.
Also, I'm not noticing that Skyborn, so they stacked a full electric dot on me. Little rough. That is a major mistake on my part. We will have to start biting things. And by things, I mean anything that is alive.
Upon entering this room, you spy a monster resting inside.
Come on, Famine Reaper. You can do it. The hell? I took a wrong turn. It's fine, though. Oh, I forgot that I don't need to heal. Because of the bug. Well, it's been in the game for a long time now. So I don't know how much of it is a bug and how much of it is just working as intended. But every time you zone through something, you heal in Reaper. Well, assuming that you have Reaper points, that is. If you have Reaper points, you basically heal for however many Reaper points HP you have. Which means in a quest like this, where you're constantly going through the time portals, I'm constantly getting healed for, what is the max I've got? 200? So every time we go from one side to another, we heal 200. Which is more than enough to keep us topped up. Come on. You also get spell points back. Alright, down we go. Alright, so now we're at 3. If I were really ambitious, I would go back through the VOD and be like, okay, and compare it to this, which is definitely going to be the successful run. And I would see where it fell short. Just like, which of the triggers didn't trigger? Of course, the extra spell points we get for going through each portal, while not quite as impactful as the extra health, are one of the reasons that I could just spam all tentacles all the time. And it's one reason why we could do this quest back to back without having to shrine or anything, because we're constantly getting our resources back just by going through the portals.
A portal has opened, allowing a horde of demons to enter. Demon withers away.
Okay, take them out.
You enter an empty underground chamber.
Blue lever.
The sound of your breaths echoes across the high walls.
Alright, and it is
Pull the
time...
lever, setting the
Get
blue
that? Because we're in the
crystal
time
alight.
travel quest. It is time for our hourly break to take care of ourselves. Which is, we take 3 minutes every hour while Twitch wants to run ads to stretch and refill our drink and go to the bathroom and all that good stuff. So I encourage everyone to do the same, to take good care of yourselves, because sitting here staring at screens is not good for you. So it's good to take breaks every now and again. We're not going to advance the quest at all during this break. I will be right here when you get back. So I will see you in 3 minutes. Aha, we are back. Alright, we need to put buffs back up. Because leaving means buffs wear off. I hope everyone had a good and healthy break. Personally, I just kind of got up and moved around a bit. Sliced up an apple, but I think I'm gonna toss it in the dehydrator, so it's not really one that I've snacked on yet. It is me pre-planning snacks. You played during break. Well, that works too. That is the other trick for everyone who has me as the proverbial second monitor content. Then while we're taking a break, you can simply just do whatever it is you were doing in the first place. Though I do still like to say all that stuff just to keep it in people's minds that, you know, even if you are playing a game, maybe it's a good time to pause yours too. I know, like, personally, if I get really into something, I can forget to take breaks to, you know, stand up and stretch. So, having a bit of a reminder for myself and to be the reminder for others, I think works out well for me. What were we doing? We just pulled the blue lever, I believe. So we go through the blue crystal.
This locked door is marked by a dim blue crystal. This door needs to be unlocked with a silver key. You unlock the door. In your present,
All
there
right,
was
up we
nothing
go.
in this room but a jumble of bricks.
Hello, Liesel.
But here,
Is
in
it time
the past,
to tuck
you
Liesel into
find an
bed?
intact stairwell leading
Is
to
that
the
what time it
upper
is?
floor.
Okay, we will tuck you in. There we go. She is all cozy and tucked in. Which is
This door
actually
requires a gold key.
something that we will be doing for ourselves here in another half hour or so. Essentially, Myth Draenor is going to be the last bit that we do for the night, because it is getting a little later, and for the first time in a while, we do have work in the morning. The holidays are over. It is time to get back on that grind set, as they say. Although, really, I have like a... I'm not in the gig economy, I'm in the old school office sort of economy, so the grind set operates a little differently. In this case, it's going to be, well, it's probably going to be mostly figuring out what the heck's going on and trying to remember all of my passwords after not using them for a couple weeks. Well, a couple weeks. How long was I out for? 12 days? A pretty long time. Also, my buffs wore off. You should put those back on. I do love this bit of, we'll say, level design, where they put the Adventurers Pack on this side of the ladder, so that someone who doesn't know the quest, they see this room, they see the ladder, they see the thing to pick up, they walk over to the thing to pick up, and then they're on the right side of the ladder. I have to believe that is a deliberate design decision to lead the player to the correct side of the ladder with the collectible there. And I always appreciate seeing that sort of thing in games, where they use, we'll say, a more natural method than the, we'll call it the yellow paint method. Which, to be fair, there's nothing really wrong with the yellow paint method either, because if you hear people talk about it in like actual playtests, they're like, yeah, well, you have no idea how long people struggled before we put that paint there. It's just like, They couldn't do it. They couldn't find it. What's my day job? I'm a programmer.
You pull
That's
the
what I
lever,
do.
and the yellow crystal lights up.
I think I just go down here, not back through the thing. But yeah, no, I work with, like, enterprise software. The stuff that a company sells to a different company, not the stuff that a company sells to random people. Do I live in California? No. Which is why it is very late for me. I live on the East Coast. It is getting close to 1 a.m. Fortunately, one of the benefits of working from home is that I can still get basically 8 hours of sleep. Because I can sleep until like 9 and then roll out of bed and instantly log in.
Two guards stand
It's
in
not
front of
ideal.
this door.
Ideally, I'd
There are
go to bed
3 other
closer
locked
to
doors in this
midnight-ish, I'll say.
One is
So I
marked
could
with a
wake up
yellow crystal,
and do
another
other
is
stuff
marked by a
before
green one.
rolling, so I don't go immediately from bed to work. But it is nice to have the flexibility to do so. Ooh, and that black dragon bolt hurts a bit. Excuse you. I wanted to put out tentacles, thank you. Oh, you are in California. Very nice. I have been there occasionally for work
You find
things,
some
but not
shield
often.
guardians guarding a lever against the wall. They lunge forward as you
I'm not really
approach.
big on travel. Well, I'm fine once I am at the place I was going to. I'm not really big on the process of traveling, I will say is more accurate.
You pull the lever
Like,
marked
even if
with
it's
a
fun
green
once you're
crystal,
there,
unlocking
getting there
another
is a
door in the
pain.
hallway.
And I say that this is like first world problem sort of thing because if we compare travel nowadays to what it used to take to travel places, well, it's way easier now than it's ever been before. But even still. Right. We just opened the greenway. Oh, that's not open. Alright, we fight you without the elementals messing our days up. Oh. Tentacles aren't off cooldown. Fortunately, our bursts take care of them quickly. I don't know exactly what that ability does, but I was pretty confident I didn't want to be standing in it. No, I didn't just hit the wrong button and try to insta-kill the golem that is Stygian, so he's doubly immune to that insta-kill attack. Alright.
You
Now we
pick
get
up
the
a
golden
gold
key.
from atop the cabinet.
Which means we have to go back through here. Through there, through here.
You unlock the door with a gold key. Returning to the past, you find yourself in a well-decorated bedchamber. You spot a
Oh, is that
small
what I missed last
shining
time?
object
I
in
think
the
I might not have
shadows.
read this note. I think that's why the quest didn't complete. Oh, rough. Well, Now I'll know that that is a way that the quest can not complete for reasons that are unclear.
This door is marked
Because
with a sign
unlike
that
the
says,
other
"To the
steps
courtyard."
to complete the quest,
It's locked tight.
the way to leave that room does not depend on you reading the
You hear a
note.
soft
All the
click
other ones, like you
as the
talk to
key
the person
fits
and then a
into
door
the lock.
unlocks. You talk to a
The
person
way
and
to
then a
the
portal
courtyard has
opens.
been opened.
In this
You emerge
case,
into the fresh air
no
of a
such luck.
manicured courtyard. There are 2 buildings on either side. But what stands out to you is the tower directly ahead. The guard tells you that this tower is off limits to all but those who have been invited. Flashing the high mage's
maybe I'll do
ring
that
is
for
enough proof to show that you're welcome inside.
content
Inside the tower,
as
you enter
a
sparsely decorated stairwell.
thing for hopefully if someone
3
Googles like
mages stand before a
what's going
ritual
on
circle.
here.
2
I can have
turn
an
to
answer.
confront you.
And the reason that's top of mind is I put up like a
Peace,
YouTube
Lord
short
Elwood, Lady
like
Ecorn.
2 years ago
Sense no malevolence from
on how to
us.
solve the puzzles in Seizing the Dawn.
Why have you come
And I got a
here?
comment on it thanking me like today.
I'll
And it's just like, wow,
accept your
okay.
presence here,
Cool.
but should you get in our way, I will not
Mostly
hesitate to
because
force you out of here
the way
myself.
YouTube Shorts
Your
work
only
is
shields his head,
essentially
fidgeting.
you get
The
a
only way
big
you
bucket
can
of
have
views
that
in the
ring
first
is
24
if I give
hours,
it to you
and then
myself.
nothing else ever again.
There's no other
So the
explanation.
fact that someone
Very well.
the-
I shall
saw it
believe
and that it was useful to them,
It turns out that the
is
key
great.
to the mythal was not an object, but a man.
I uploaded it for the express purposes of like, hey, maybe other people might want to learn how to solve this puzzle.
All to protect his
And then it
great
did.
power.
So
Power to control
it
the
served its
mythal.
purpose.
The Stringy turns her attention to the other mages.
Fellow casters, we have heard their tale. What do you say? Should we let them stay?
The other mages nod. She turns to you.
We have urgent work to do. We must create the key and seal his power. Speak to me about what is to come. To think that an adventurer from a ruined future would find their way to us centuries before everything fell apart.
alright.
What you say is true. The fate of our city hangs in the balance. We owe it
Now
a chance at a new life.
The mages
can put
begin
displacement and
chanting
haste
in
back up.
ancient Elvish. The Stringy shouts,
Under the
Also notable in
legacy
that
of
because we didn't
Mithrandir,
finish the
we
quest before,
forge the key to
our
the
loot
mythal.
didn't reset.
Let us weave his soul into the mythal.
So we did not get another moat.
Solve the mythal, sacrificing his freedom to keep the power safe. He will rest in stasis in Ildranath's tomb until the time comes when the city return to the present. To your surprise, the Stringy is waiting for you. She beckons you over.
Here we are.
Alright. We're dead.
Spent
We hit
wandering
time
the city.
portal.
I never forget a promise. We don't have a lot
Fun
of
fact,
time. We must
that boss can
complete the
blind you,
reversal ritual
and it's a
now
long
before the Wind
blind,
Wizards
like the blind
swallow
spell. It
this
lasts like
city
2
whole.
minutes.
The door swings open, and in walks Ildranath in bear form. He must have followed you through the ruins of the mythal
There we
consortium.
go. Now quest is
The
complete.
floor trembles as she shouts in ancient Elvish.
So I have finished out this quest without being able to see anything because I didn't have blindness immunity and I didn't have a way to cleanse it. And I opted to try to finish out instead of just walking away from the computer for a couple minutes and waiting for it to clear. Just by basically tab targeting so I could see the names over stuff. So it's just like, okay, I tab targeted to this. So, okay, there's the portal, I need to run that way. Alright, there's that, I need to run that way. And so on and so forth. And it worked.
It moves to defend its
But yeah, it's one of those... Getting hit with blind is one of those mistakes that is memorable enough that you usually don't get hit with it more than once, maybe a year after that. I won't say you never get hit again, because, for example, I still haven't gone back to my bank to grab scrolls, like res scrolls, heal scrolls, restoration scrolls, things of that nature. Still haven't been back to grab them. I need to, but I haven't. So, it's easy to forget things, especially post-reincarnation.
After your adventure in the past,
Did they
you
wake
have
up? They
finally
did wake up.
obtained the knowledge you sought. You have found the key to the mythos and gained his cooperation in the struggle to come. Time to prepare for your final confrontation with Droid Bilbo and his army of red wizards.
You enter a
There we
dark
go.
chamber, the only wisps of light trailing in. from
Let's
the
see if we take fire damage here.
You have come here looking for the
Yep,
entrance.
we
to
took damage from
Infernal's
one of them.
tomb, where the key to the mythal is said to be. You find a small lever in the corner of the wall. It reveals a stairwell hidden in it. You emerge from the stairwell.
They're
into a
taken care of.
massive chamber, somehow left undisturbed as the city crumbles around you. Shining iridescent orbs and wondrous spells in the room before you. The child's proof
Go.
complete. Your breath plumes around you in the cold, musty air. Further down the hall, you spot a group of farmers. They slowly awaken at your presence. Sections of the floor in
Wisps
this
are super
chamber
annoying, especially if you are
have only thin
melee.
ways for you to step across.
Double Reaper, including a Plague, is also bad for me, but they're dead now. Okay. Oh, and we got a moat. Blue moat. Go. Stop blinking around. You're not dangerous, just annoying. And I saw that, Wisp. I saw you decide to just randomly take a pot shot at me from so far away. Just get barely into range and suddenly it's open season on me, but...
A massive tunnel sprawls out over the floor.
It's lovely how we can hear all the ghosts even though they're not even spawned. So this comes out here. That goes this way, this goes this way. I don't know if this is the most efficient solution, but it is a solution. We've just got that horror game set up here where you just hear constant noises of things that could be menacing to you, but are not currently menacing to you. Does that do it, or did I miss one?
With all the rooms lit, a passage
Got him.
opens inside of the room. The click of the glowing moonbeam.
Hey. I forget if there's something I need down this side, or if this is just the shrine room.
You open the door into a chamber.
Yeah, okay, this is just the shrine room. It is still a good idea to go down there, though, because I have had this problem before of trying on myself over there. And the problem that you can run into is that that door is closed. So by running over there and opening the door, I have left myself an opportunity that if I should meet my untimely demise, at least now I can spirit run my way to the shrine without having a door in the way. Now you'd think having a door in the way would be less of a problem for a spirit, but it turns out we do. We still respect doors while undead. Right, that is one lever out of 4. We have to go down here. There we go. So tempting to grab like
Flames
extend
water
spell,
when
but
you enter the room. On the back wall, you see a large purple crystal that matches the one on the door at the front.
ooh, that would have been bad. I almost cast tentacles. The reason that would have been bad is that these guys are healed by force damage. So we don't want to hit them with force damage. We don't want to hit them with other damage. Well, technically we're hitting them with combined damage and hoping that we do enough other damage and our force damage doesn't crit. I guess what we could do there is we could swap weapons.
You pull the lever. The purple crystal
And
lights up,
by swapping
emitting a
weapons,
soft
we would
glow in
drop
the
our
dark.
force spell power. Then again, not a ton. We have general spell power from our eyepiece. So because we have general potency, I guess it doesn't matter that much if we drop the weapon. But there we go. 2 out of 4. This is a great quest to be in a party for, because you can split, and it goes twice as fast as you... Well, okay, not twice as fast. This section goes twice as fast as you can fully split. But the next sections don't have quite the same advantage. They still have some advantages for splitting, but not quite as many. Where did the spirit go? Did it already die? Yes, it must have already died. We walk under the lightning. Hooray! What a threatening lightning room that you can simply walk under. Hello, Soul of Ice, Wisp. I would like you to die now, please. Thank you. Thank you. You did a ton of damage to me in the interim, but you are dead now, and I appreciate that. Alright.
Elegant elven figures dance atop pedestals.
You love when they
in
design it
dim
with split
hallway.
paths to encourage grouping? Yeah,
You open the
it
door
gives
and
a bit of
full
variety,
float
if nothing
above the
else.
song, emitting
I think this
beams of
is
electricity that
forward
shoot
and
up
right.
towards the ceiling. The orbs cease their casting.
Hooray!
A passage
I remembered the
opens
solution
on the
correctly.
side of the room.
But even if I didn't, this is one of those, it's a fairly simple style of puzzle. It's one of those where, like, you pull this lever and it's gonna change the state of things. Like, each of them toggles different parts. And then, depending on the parts that got toggled,
Paces back and forth,
and basically you need to
bending
find the right
lever
combination, is how it boils down.
when it's easier.
I should have probably waited before I came in here.
It disappears in a shivering
Oh, we
mist.
got wisps.
Used by a door on the side of this room.
I should have waited for my temp health to be off cooldown, but it's fine. It works out. But yeah, it's a fairly simple sort of puzzle where it's like,
Pull this lever,
there
the
are
red
5 lights.
crystal above it
This lever does 1 and 3. This lever does 2 and 3. This lever just does 4. And then you have to figure out the right combination. That was a lot of burst damage. It's fine though. We have staunch now. Or staunch now. Screw it, we're hitting it preemptively. And it's a good thing, too, because we took a ridiculous amount of lightning damage as soon as we opened the door. And do we die here? Ooh. Ooh, those lightning dots. Those are rough.
You find a hidden lever alongside these shrines, unlocking a passage filled with magic.
Fortunately,
water.
we're going to get a heal from teleporting back to the entrance here. So we should be fine for this fight, because this fight is just gargoyles, not a bunch of casters that are going to stack lightning dots that... Okay. Game, stop. How about now? Okay, good.
A group of gargoyles
Not
perched
casters that are
on
going
a
to
ledge in
stack
the
a ton of
sky
lightning
below.
dots and stuff on us.
You spy a large green crystal on the wall. It matches the one on the gigantic door at the tomb's entrance.
See?
The gargoyles roused from their
Not
slumber.
instantly taking like 700 damage. Interesting.
The gargoyle's throat is in pain as it crumbles at your
I didn't
feet.
actually expect to get a
Golden
heal off
lever
of that.
setting the green crystal alight.
Because I used the vampire bite,
Lit both
but I guess
crystals,
it
the
meets the
large door at
criteria?
the entrance to the tomb should
I
be
thought they were more like constructs, though. So, I thought they had to be living and corporeal. Like living and corporeal. Right? Yeah.
You return to the front hall. The giant
So I guess
door
it
has been
just
opened,
depends on the definition of
revealing
living and whether
stairwell
constructs
leading
count as
deeper
living.
into the
I think
tomb.
constructs don't, but maybe magically
You
animated
emerge
things
into
do?
a dark hallway.
Possibly?
Shield guardians stand at attention. The decrepit
And this part is,
walls in
again,
this chamber blend into the rough
This is a part where
cave
there
stone.
is a split, but
A
it's not
large
quite
plaque
as efficient.
leans against the back wall. There are 3 locations in the tomb where you can place the icon of the elves, the icon of the humans,
Hello, hook horrors. And we're left with another example of put the shiny near things so that people walk over. It's like you put the collectible that they can see so that they will walk close enough for their spot skill to spot it, because as a required door to complete the quest, the required spot skill is incredibly low. Also, yes, you don't have to fight this owlbear at all. It's just napping. You just walk around it. It's just an owlbear. You don't need to kill it. Unlike these hook horrors that are just like, hi, we're gonna be drop bears now. I have so few imbue dice. I think I just have the 1. So it's just like, how much extra damage do you do on hit? Almost nothing! You know what? Let me check something. Let's see. We have filigree from imbue dice. Nope. We have 0 augments for imbue dice. At least not at this level. Go. Where's our search? There it is. This, I believe that there's both a solar and a lunar augment that give imbue dice. Or, let's see. I think Lannister was in here last week, and he mentioned that
You open the door,
there is a piece of gear that is from Lamortia that straight up gives you an imbue dice. So it's super strong on level, just because there are so few sources of imbue dice early on. Like, there's so much from Epic Destinies and set bonuses and things up there, but down in the leveling paths, not so much. Well, let's see. Okay, we want
pedestal
to
stands on a platform
do
here.
this, we do that,
You spy a
see
locked
the icon,
door in the back of the room.
and up
You
the
set
spiral
the
staircase
icon
we
of the
go.
elves atop the pedestal. Its eyes flash white for a moment before dimming. Now that you have placed all the icons, you must find your path forward.
Are we just too tall?
deeper
Like, what's going on
into the
here?
tomb. You emerge into a
You go this
calm
way.
clearing. Forest animals have taken up residence here. They graze and doze in its lush corners. You see two passages, one to your left, the other straight ahead. This room is the heart of the tomb, where the key to the mythal is
You mean it's
rumored
out of
to be
range.
hidden.
Gotcha.
Before you is a strange magic device. They must have been waiting here, undiscovered for centuries. A wild dog runs out of the room, stumbles near intruder.
Can't move, body blocked, it's fine. It's fine, this guy's just gonna shoot me for like 100 force damage a shot. Fortunately, 100 force damage a shot is not enough to actually seriously threaten me.
The room shakes. The statues against the walls rumble and move. Stone scrapes against stone as the statues
see.
take their first steps. Their unseeing faces
Poking
turn
by the
toward
book
you,
set bonus.
ready to strike. The statues break apart. Once again,
Where the hell is
just
this?
mounds of stone. Suddenly, a group of uniformed strangers appears before you. The one in the middle of the formation steps forward.
Just as I anticipated.
Too many
I
cooks.
knew that following you into this tomb
Oh, a slice of life
would lead
adventure
us
pack.
straight to
Okay,
the
I didn't
key
know
to the
this.
Mythill.
I forgot that thing even
The figure
had sets in
smiles
it.
widely, rotting teeth protruding from his desiccated mouth.
You reckless mortals fell straight into their trap. It is fortunate that you were able to overcome the statue's power.
Solar gem of
We
imbuement,
saved us
yeah.
the trouble of defeating them ourselves.
The stranger laughs. It is a strangled, dusty sound, as if his voice has been worn down over centuries of use.
I am Droic Orgul, Zulkir of Frey.
He bends in a short bow.
Soon our forces
So these are
will
filigree
completely
bonuses, these
occupy
are
this
destinies.
city.
Okay, there we go.
Once I harness the
Quest
Mythil's
complete.
power, I will be unstoppable.
He chokes on his own laugh.
I have no use for dolts
Just under
such as
20 minutes.
yourselves, so be gone from here. Expect your demise should we meet again.
You are suddenly transported away from the
Need
chamber. You
spells.
find yourself back at the entrance to Ildranath's tomb, on the surface. You think about what the Zulkir said. It is only a matter of time
Okay.
before the Red Wizard's forces overtake Mythdrama,
Lamortia.
bringing even more chaos and destruction
Thank you,
to this
Lamortia.
land. For now, you must return to the Elves' camp. You must find a way to thwart Thay's assault. This city will not fall yet again. You will make sure of that.
Update 75 named items. This one said there was a... Maybe the imbue is crafted onto it? Let's say it was goggles. Gloves, 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 goggles. Bolt absorb, bunch of slots. Soundproof, quality potency. Problem is, it's probably an effect that's not called plus imbue. Sound and silence. Okay, you can get sneak dice on armor, but I'm not seeing anything with imbue dice on the melancholic crafting. Oh, it wasn't imbue dice, it was packed dice. Packed dice. There's a necklace that just straight up gives packed dice. Very nice. Is that all of the quests? I think so. I think we got them all. We will double check back in town. Oh. Wrong window. Alright, we have 3 points, which is enough to get us deflect arrows. Or we could get things like permanent shield, which is actually 10 physical resist rating if I cast shield, which is a lot. But I think we will advance here. Then we can get haste boost. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for quick draw. So we'll be level 17 by the time we get quick draw. Which is not ideal, but hey. Okay, so we did finish the saga, so we'll go turn these in. Alright, so what did we accomplish on stream tonight? Well, we handled our inventory stuff before reincarnating. We reincarnated. We figured out a build-ish. It's not a great build, but it is a build. And then we ran all of Myth Draenor on R4. So overall, not too shabby. We did get a little bit of a late start, but it's fine. We still went for like 4-ish hours. Well, actually almost 5. So let us see. Alright, so we will still be keeping to DDO probably once a week as we go through our adventure through the history of gaming. For anyone who wasn't here when I was talking about it earlier, this year I am turning 40 years old, and as such I have decided that we're going to go through 40 years of gaming. Starting this week with the first full week of the year, we're going to be in 1986. We're going to play a couple games from 1986, and then next week 1987, and so on. So it's going to be a good time. I've got games that are nostalgic for me. I've got games I've never played. Almost the same age as his son. He's 38. Yeah, close enough. I've got games I've never played, but are like foundational to their genres. So a lot of so it's either nostalgia for me, like I remember playing this game growing up and I liked it, or it's I've always meant to get around to playing this because it's supposed to be really good, or somewhere in between, like if it's just a good, well-known game, or it's a game that looked interesting when I was going through all these things. So actually, let me swap over to that, and I know it doesn't look any different for you, but we've got a lot of games here. We're not going to get to all of these, and some of these are just options, like if I can't get Stream to behave and actually stream, which can happen a lot with older games and compatibility issues. But we're thinking probably 2 a week. We're in the USA as Carmen Sandiego. I've already tested that this is working. Might do Space Quest, might do King's Quest, might do Might and Magic 1. We've got Pirates, which has been remade, I know, but we'll be trying to play the old one. Maniac Mansion, then we've got Wizardry, we've got Secret of Monkey Island, Dune 2, which is essentially the first quote-unquote modern real-time strategy game. We're going to do either Wolfenstein 3D or Doom, not both, because they are both released by the same studio, and they are very similar visually. Master of Orion, this is comfort for me. I played a lot of hours of this. You know, the original Diablo, maybe the original Fallout, Half-Life, Thief, System Shock, Halo, and a bunch of others, all sprinkled throughout here. This is not, of course, the finalized list, and I am still looking for recommendations if there's something that is either super nostalgic for you or that was super impactful in the history of gaming. I will note that someone earlier suggested Zelda, which is unfortunately outside of the scope of this because I do not have a console to play it on. So these are PC titles. Yeah, these are PC titles, which means we are missing a variety of big name, super impactful console titles, whether that's the Final Fantasy series, whether that's Mario, Castlevania, and all of these sorts of things. We are PC gaming only for this walk through history, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Actually, there's a lot in here that I just can't wait to get to. But I'm gonna be figuring out the exact schedule for which days of the week to do it. We are probably switching up our stream schedule. Most of last year, we were pretty fixed on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. This year, we're going to try to be a little bit more flexible with that. I am going to schedule instead of having a streaming schedule, I'm going to schedule my streaming days around which days I don't have IRL things to do. So instead of being oh, that looks kind of interesting, but it's on a Tuesday, that's a stream day, it'll be, I'm planning my week, oh, there's a thing that looks interesting on Tuesday, I will move stream to Wednesday or Monday, and other things of that nature. So that is the plan. I do not have the schedule for this week planned out yet, so I should have done that before I started stream tonight, but I didn't. I spent stream tonight buying a decent chunk of these games that I had meant to get around to, because it was because the Steam Winter Sale is ending now-ish. It was 12 hours from when I was doing things this afternoon. So, there's your reminder. If you had a bunch of stuff in your... wait a second. Did I? I did not. Did I miss it? No. Okay, well, I was about to say, if you had a bunch of stuff in your wish list or cart and you didn't buy it, now this is your reminder that the sale is about to end. And I reminded myself, wait a second, I never checked out. I should check out while all this stuff is on like 60 to 75% off sales. The stuff that was only 50% off, I wish listed it. Because it's mostly more recent things. I can get it in the summer sale, probably. Okay, so I'm going to do that. We're going to end stream here. We've got a couple people here, so let's see who we can send you off to as a raid target. Do I know this person? Okay, I have never seen this name before. I think so. I'm just not going to raid tonight. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to raid out after all. Sorry. I hope to see people around. There was a Discord link that probably popped up at some point. If you would like to see the schedule of games for our walk down memory/history lane, it should be posted there. If you would like to recommend things, you can also post things there. Or if you just want to get notifications. Also for notifications, you know, you can click the follow and the likes and, you know, those sorts of buttons. But with that, I think we are good to go. And I look forward to seeing you the rest of this year.